I'm going to be in every. I got more of a radio face than a TV face, so.
Good morning, everyone. I will reconvene the meeting of the commission. And I will call on Deputy Wooten to lead us through the posting of the colors and the Pledge of Allegiance. Greg, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two members of our honor guard here today to post the colors and present the colors. Brian Flatter is our local conservation officer out of Meridian. Chris Raleigh is our conservation officer up in Cascade. So post the colors.
Thank you, Color Guard. Well, welcome everyone here today, and it's my pleasure to introduce our new commissioner, Brody Harshbarger. Did I get it right? He's Harshbarger from Squirrel, Idaho, the farmer. He was a local farm bureau member of the church. I can let him speak for himself, but make it a little easier on him. I'll start with our commissioner introductions, and then I would ask of you to say a few words about yourself.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jordan Charette from the Southeast Region, Region 5.
I'm Dave Bobbitt from Region 1, the Panhandle region.
Greg Cameron, Magic Valley, Region 4.
Don Ebert, Clearwater Region, Region 2.
Good morning. I'm Ron Davies, Salmon Region, Region 7.
I'm Brody Harshbarger. Like you said, I'm from Ashton, Squirrel and Ashton, Idaho, Region 6, Upper Snake River. Like you said, I farm and we ranch and involved in the Idaho Farm Bureau. I'm involved in the farm service agency. I'm active in our church there. Got 6 children, a beautiful wife. Glad to be here because we're starting to calve cattle and this is a lot warmer and better out here. That's nice. And been real drinking from a fire hose. Somebody told me last night, and I think they're right. I'm grateful to be here and learn and participate in this. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. Tim Murphy, Southwest Region, Region 3.
Thank you, gentlemen. Agenda changes. Do we have any changes to the agenda? Okay. Move on to review of public comments, and I'll turn it over to Director Fredericks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. So we had a very good turnout last night of the public. We had probably close to 50 people in the room. We had the benefit of hosting the Advanced Fish and Wildlife class from the University of Idaho with Dr. Mike Quist. So several graduate students were down here to see this part of the public process and wildlife conservation. They've been great partners up there with us, and so it's nice to have them here. We had 12 people testify, so I'm going to start with the comments that were related to the agenda items. We had 4 comments related to upland game, furbearer, turkey, and falconry seasons, which is agenda item 5A. 1 person spoke in opposition of extending beaver trapping seasons, contending that the department doesn't have adequate monitoring to be able to assess impacts to the population. We had a representative of the Idaho Trappers Association testifying in support of extended seasons for muskrat and beavers with an earlier fall opener. Also said that he would like to have seen closing dates for beaver and muskrat aligned to an April 15th closure. 1 person testified that while he likes the opening date of Chucker and Hungarian partridge season, which is has been traditionally the 3rd Saturday in September, as an outfitter, he expressed it would have been helpful or would be helpful to his business if there was certainty that that date would be fixed indefinitely as opposed to every 2 years. And so that as I think everybody on the commission understands, we do set seasons not permanently for anything, just because we want to be able to be responsive and incorporate public input. So we do set those on a 2-year cycle. 1 person requested additional beaver trapping opportunities in areas of the Middle Fork Salmon River, where beaver activity has been flooding out backcountry trails. And then I'll speak to some items that were not specifically related to today's agenda. A representative of the Eastern Idaho Houndsman Association expressed appreciation for hearing bear hunter concerns about the department's black bear opinion survey and moving forward with a revised survey. Another person testified to advocate for additional youth hunting opportunity and gave an example of considering providing options for kids to use crossbows during an archery only season. Also, he suggested that we should allow more modern muzzleloader equipment in muzzleloader hunts, such as inline muzzleloaders, pelletized powder, and 209 primers. We had 7 people offering comments related to wolf management. We had people testify as individuals and on behalf of organizations that included Bold Visions Conservation, International Wildlife Coexistence Network, Living with Wolves, and Wolves of the Rockies. 6 commenters expressed concerns about Idaho wolf management. Specific points included that we should rely more on non-lethal methods to manage conflict. Wolves serve as an important role in the ecosystem. Idaho is not managing wolves as we do other large predators. IDFG did not include the Nez Perce tribe in development of wolf management plan, and that we need communication and common ground in wolf management. And then finally, we had a comment on the tremendous decrease in moose populations in the Middle Fork drainage associated with wolves, and asked the department to acknowledge the impacts of wolves on moose in the next revision of the moose management plan. And the comment related to, on behalf of Foundation for Wildlife Management, seeking methods of take exemptions for wolves throughout the state of Idaho. In addition to oral testimony, you received in your inbox written comment from the Greater Yellowstone Coalition related to agenda item 5F, the revision of the tri-state memorandum of agreement and proclamation regarding Greater Yellowstone grizzly bears. And we received a written comment regarding the December 1st sale and a recommendation for non-resident tags and a recommendation that we move to a controlled hunt structure for all non-resident tags. And we're going to have a report later today on the December 1st sale. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my summary of public comment.
Very good. Thank you, Jim. I think you pretty well covered it. Any comments from the commission? Okay. Consent calendar, minutes and financial reports. Is everyone okay with taking those both at the same time? Hearing no objections. Consent calendar is hereby adopted. Move on. Item number 5A, Upland Game, Furbearer, Turkey, and Falconry season setting for 2024. Jeff Knetter and Corey Mosby.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Wait till we're good to go here. All right. Again, my name is Jeff Knetter. I'm the Upland Game and Migratory Game Bird Program Coordinator for the department. This morning, I will be presenting the Upland Game and Turkey season recommendations. And Corey Mosby will be the person who will be presenting the Furbearer recommendations for your consideration. As a reminder, the commission does set the Upland Game, Turkey, and Furbearer seasons for a 2-year period in even years. This includes take of Upland Game by Falconry. While the gold sheet that you have provides a single motion, we did prepare this to address Upland Game and Turkey together, and then have Furbearer recommendations as 2 separate recommendations. So Upland Game and Turkey, and then a separate Furbearer recommendation. All right, I'll start off by providing an overview of the public outreach efforts and the input that we've received so far. And then I will review the Upland Game and Turkey recommendations. And again, after I'm done there, Mr. Mosby will take over with the Furbearer recommendations. So we had a public comment period that ran from November 20th through December 3rd. This was conducted through the department website as well as through public open houses. There were over 900 submissions that we received on the Upland Game, Turkey, and Furbearer recommendations. The amount of public input received varied by proposal and ranged from about 29 responses for proposals to nearly 200 on some of the proposals. We had statewide and local media releases, social media posts, as well as direct emails to encourage participation in the scoping process. And Corey and I will each provide a summary for each of the proposals that you see before you this morning. So for the Upland Game and Wild Turkey proposals, the department scoped 1 forest grouse proposal, and we had 7 wild turkey proposals from 5 different regions. I just want to note that there are no changes proposed for Upland Game or Turkey season structure or bag limits, including falconry, outside of what we will present today. So for example, while the opening date for chuckers, gray partridge, and quail changes, the actual date changes, the structures of the season remains the same. That 3rd Saturday in September through January 31st would remain the same. All right, starting with the first proposal. The first proposal is for the Clearwater region, and this is to extend the forest grouse season to January 31st. This would allow additional hunting opportunity to pursue these species. This would include rough grouse, dusky grouse, and spruce grouse. And this mirrors the season structure that's been in place in the Panhandle region for about a decade or so. We do not anticipate a negative impact to the forest grouse populations in the Clearwater region as a result of this. We received 105 respondents to this, and 84% of respondents were in favor of this proposal. So the staff recommendation is to adopt this proposal as it was brought to you. Well, I forgot to mention, each of you do have a copy of the brochure and the changes, so my apologies for not pointing that out earlier. So moving on to the Panhandle region and Turkey season proposal, there was a proposal to create a Panhandle region only, early archery only spring wild turkey season from April 1st to the 14th. And this was to provide additional opportunity in the spring for male or tom turkeys. While most of the respondents to this proposal were in favor of it, there were a number of concerns that were brought to light during the public comment period that gave staff the opportunity to reconsider this proposal. There were concerns about potentially diminishing the quality of the youth hunt, which runs from April 8th to the 14th, as well as a general concern about potential potential negative impacts to the turkey population. If commission isn't aware, there are declining turkey populations in many parts of the country right now. Maybe a surprise to those folks that reside in the Panhandle and Clearwater, but there are concerns about wild turkeys at a national level. And one of the concerns associated with that is the potential negative impact on reproductive success if males are removed from the system early in the season. And so the theory behind this is that these males are spending time working out their hierarchy of dominance. And if a dominant male is removed, the rest of the males will then spend their time fighting with each other, trying to establish dominance rather than breeding females. And so this is an issue in other parts of the world. And as a result of that, the region is actually starting a research and monitoring project that will help determine when the peak of incubation is, as well as reproductive success in wild turkeys. So given the fact that there was some concern about potentially diminishing the youth hunt, as well as this concern over productivity in wild turkeys, staff has decided to not adopt this recommendation at this time. We did have about 166 respondents to that proposal, and there was 68% support for it. All right, moving on to the Southwest region. This proposal is to decrease landowner permission hunt tag numbers from 50 to 25 in each of the 3 hunts before you, 9101, 9103, and 9202. That equates to a spring, fall, and winter landowner permission hunt. This is in Unit 32, and that portion of Unit 32 that's in, I said Unit 38 and Unit 32 in Payette County. This is an area where we've had some issues in the past, and the use of these tags has really decreased since the implementation of a youth general spring season in these units. And so we believe that the reduction in tags should meet the demand to address wildlife turkey conflicts should they arise in this area. We had 58 respondents to this proposal, and there was 83% support for this proposal. So the suggestion is to adopt this as proposed. Moving on to the Magic Valley, where we're working through a little different issue. This is a proposal to implement fall and winter landowner permission hunts for wild turkeys on private property only in Unit 54. This is the South Hills. The capacity of the South Hills to support wild turkey is really limited by the availability of winter habitat. And this primarily occurs on the Cottonwood WMA, as well as on private property. And so the region's capacity to maintain a huntable population of wild turkeys is really dependent upon landowners' willingness and support for wild turkeys on private property. So implementing LPH, or landowner permission hunts, in this area will provide another tool for the region to help address any issues that come up, as well as improve landowner relations. We only received 29 responses on this proposal, but 76% of those responses were in favor of it. So the recommendation is to move forward as proposed. All right, now moving on to the Southeast region, where there are 2 proposals. The first of which is for modifying the start date for the general fall wild turkey season. And this is to lengthen the season by moving it from September 15th to August 30th. This would align the start date for fall seasons across the state and provide additional opportunity to hunters to pursue wild turkeys. We did have 78 responses to this proposal, with 95% approval for this change. So the proposal is to adopt as presented before you. The second proposal in the Southeast region is to eliminate all landowner permission hunts for wild turkeys in the Southeast region. These tags have not been used in the Southeast region for several years. In general, landowners and hunters are unwilling to pay the fees to harvest these birds, And so the region ends up employing depredation hunts, kill permits, and translocations to help us address some of the depredation and nuisance conflict issues that we're dealing with in the Southeast region. There were 53 respondents to this particular proposal, and 85% were in favor of removing landowner permission hunts. So the staff recommendation is to adopt as proposed. Now transition to the salmon region, where there are two proposals. The first one is to convert the spring youth-only wild turkey controlled hunt in 21A-1 to a general season youth-only hunt with the same dates, April 8th to May 25th. These are the units around salmon. If you think of the salmon region as sort of the north units up around salmon, and the southern units around Chalice, these are the northern units. Current population surveys suggest that this is an increasing population, and there are considerably more toms than there are hens when we're conducting those surveys. In addition, youth applications for this controlled hunt have been pretty low. Total responses to this proposal were 35, and 85% of them were in favor of this proposal. So the recommendation is to move forward as proposed. The last proposal for upland game and wild turkey, again, comes from the salmon region. And this is to eliminate the fall wild turkey controlled hunt in 21A-1 and replace with an either sex fall general season from August 30th to December 31st. Wild turkeys in the salmon region are predominantly found on private lands and offer limited hunting opportunity currently for the general public. So increasing wild turkey numbers have resulted in increased depredation and conflict issues. And despite increasing the fall controlled hunt tags in 2022, complaints have continued in this part of the region. Initially, we did scope this proposal for both 21A-1 as well as 36B-1. Again, that's the north and south of the salmon region. However, due to concerns regarding wild turkey numbers in the southern unit and the low level of private land conflicts that we're currently hearing about in 36B-1, staff suggested converting only those units in 21A-1 to a general fall season. There were 54 respondents to this proposal, and 87% were in favor. And so the recommendation is to move forward as proposed. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, this concludes my presentation and overview of the upland game and wild turkey proposals. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Knetter. So throughout time, I get a few complaints about nuisance turkeys, and I've looked into this a little bit. I've talked with you, I've talked with JJ, and it's my understanding that you're pretty easy to deal with when it comes to if a landowner actually has a turkey problem. You have a lot of tools they can use. You help them out with that. You have been responsive in that regard. Could you talk just a moment about that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, this is something that not only the state of Idaho deals with, but really states all across the West are dealing with some of these challenges. And I guess what I would choose to talk about is the fact that we spent a lot of time developing responses to nuisance and conflict issues in the wild turkey plan that you approved 2 years ago. And really, in some cases, it's been used as a model for other states to consult. And the example I would use is we hosted the WAFWA Western Turkey Technical Committee meeting in May, last May in Coeur d'Alene. And we spent an entire session talking about nuisance and depredation and that sort of thing, because Washington is facing some of the issues we are. And there are issues in other states, California being one as well. And really, it was our model that was used to help other states follow on how to address some of those issues. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that helps answer your question.
Yeah, that's fine. So if a landowner actually is having a lot of difficulties with turkeys, they can call their regional office, and there are tools available for those people, and they need to talk with their region. Would that be correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. And many of those tools can be found in that management plan that I referenced.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions, comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I
Jordan?
have one question. I had a sportsman reach out to me and was curious if the conversation had happened. You aligned the start dates for turkeys, for pheasants, and for forest grouse to be cohesive throughout the state. He was wondering if there was a conversation to have the end dates be the same throughout the state.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that was a conversation that did take place this past year, specifically in regard to some of the end dates. And if we use forest grouse as an example, the consideration for expanding that forest grouse season to January 31st in the Clearwater, similar to the Panhandle, there was concern in southern Idaho and specifically in your region, given the winter that we're dealing with and some of the other issues the commission is addressing in regard to antler pickup and those sort of things, is trying to avoid the perception that we're going to be putting more people on the landscape at a time when we're concerned about animals on a winter range. So the conversation did take place, and that was decided not to move forward with that proposal given those concerns.
Thank you very much. I applaud the effort of considering all the wildlife and when you're doing this. So it's awesome. So thank you for doing that.
Anybody else? Ron?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Jeff, I'm going to revert back to the chucker question that came up last night and the starting of the third Saturday of September. Historically, is that correct? Is that generally when the season starts? Can you tell me a reason or why we wouldn't start it then, and the difficulties to answer the guy's question from last night, the difficulties with setting that in stone, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, so I've stood before the commission for the past 15 years in regard to upland game populations and season setting, and there was one exception, and I think it was about 2010. The commission approved an October 1st start date for 1 year. There was a lot of response to that, a negative response to that, to move it back to the third Saturday in September. And so the commission revisited that issue. So went away from a 2-year season setting process and actually did a 1-on-1 where I can't remember how many times we set upland game seasons that particular year. In general, when you consider birds like chukars, gray partridge, quail, it's viewed as that these are boom and bust birds in that that is that they have high reproductive rates and can be highly impacted by weather, whether that is spring nesting conditions or conditions on the wintering range, and that there is compensatory mortality associated with that. So if you've got a tough winter and you're going to lose a bunch of birds, we believe that the number of birds that you remove, again, this is based on efforts to study these populations across the country, is that it's not going to remove any more birds than would be lost over the winter or through a lack of reproduction. And so long and the short of that, hunting has a pretty minimal impact on those populations. I think current estimates on chukar populations is that hunting represents about an 8% of all mortality associated with chukars. So I guess to answer your question, there hasn't been a strong desire or from the public or a need at this time to adjust those seasons away from the third Saturday in September through January 31st.
Mr. Chairman.
Director?
If I just might add to that. So I think there are no seasons essentially that we set in stone, right? But I think from a standpoint of planning, I think bow hunters know that archery season for elk starts on August 30th, and it has in general, it has for a long, long time. And I think hunters and outfitters plan on that. And I do have a hard time seeing how this is different. I mean, there have been disruptions in history over the start date for chukars, but by and large, it is the third Saturday in September, and that's something that people can plan on. Can you sit here and say that there's absolutely no chance that will change? No different than you could with an archery elk season.
If I might help get the microphone lowered, there we go. In terms of the procedural mechanisms for how to set something in stone, remember that the commission's proclamation authority is flexible. Here is the duration of the proclamation versus putting a season start date in rule, although that gives a degree of certainty. It does involve, as we described to you yesterday, 16 procedural steps. It does then have to go through the legislature for review and approval by concurrent resolution of both houses. So that is a future constraint on nimbleness and flexibility. You do have the ability to make rules on a temporary basis, but then to make a different change of some permanence, once you put it in rule, there is a process for having to make changes, withdraw the rule, et cetera. So that's, we can understand why that might not make perfect sense to some people as to why you can't just do it, but there are procedural aspects to consider as well.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, my apologies if I misinterpreted that question, but sure glad I had backup.
Yeah. All right, would someone care to move us forward with the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Jordan?
are we ready to adopt this? Is that, okay. I move the commission adopt staff recommendations for the 2024-2025 upland game, turkey, and fur bearer season.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
We have a motion and a second.
Mr.
Motion-
Chairman,
Yep.
Yeah, gentlemen, we haven't discussed the fur bearers yet,
Oh,
so.
Oh, I'm trying to get us out of here sometime today. I apologize. Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I was going to make the same point. Fur bearers haven't been covered yet. There has been a second, yes.
Yeah, I'm not perfect either, so.
I'm
yeah.
not going to provide a comment on Robert's rules here.
Make a motion for turkey and upland game. Sorry.
The notes in my book said fur bearer season
Oh,
as well, but I
okay.
can change that. I can make a substitute
So,
motion.
so you
just-
can also just put that on hold for additional information and discussion and take up the motion after the presentation. A
Okay,
little unusual, but it is a way where you are getting additional information in staff while the motion is pending.
okay, I'll try to pay more attention.
Me too.
More discussion. Go ahead, Jeff.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think I will, tag out and transfer to Mr. Mosby.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Again, my name's Corey Mosby. I'm our fur bearer staff biologist, and I'm going to walk you all through our 3 proposed fur bearer rules for the 2024-2025 fur bearer seasons. We have 3 proposals, one related to beaver in the Clearwater region, one related to river otter in the Southwest region, and then a multi-regional proposal related to beaver, mink, muskrat, and river otter, which is often collectively referred to in the fur bearer world as water trapping. All right, we'll start with the Clearwater proposal. We're proposing to remove beaver trapping closures in the following drainages in Idaho and Nez Perce County within the Clearwater region. So in Idaho County, that includes the main stem of the Locksaw River, the main stem of the Middle Fork of the Clearwater River from Maggie Creek upstream, and the main stem of the Selway River. In Nez Perce counties, the drainages include all northern tributaries to the Salmon River downstream from, but excluding Maloney Creek, and all tributaries to the Snake River below the mouth of the Salmon River to the Clearwater River. So these are historical closures, and they were put into place to assist with recovery of beaver populations to provide more of beaver for harvest and for their benefits to riparian habitat. You know, currently these closures, staff feels they're no longer needed to achieve these management goals. Removing these closures would allow additional opportunity and just simplify our overall regulations, which can be quite wordy at times. When this was sent out for public comment, we received 77 comments with 86% in support of the proposal. One thing I would like to point out, and that was brought up last night, is this concern about beaver and their value that they provide to habitat. That's something that the department is well aware of. We partner with state and federal agencies, private landowners, to work to maintain, improve beaver populations in the right settings. And staff in Region 2, we do not see this as a need to continue these closures to maintain these goals in the Clearwater region. With that in mind, it was the staff's recommendation to adopt this as proposed. Our second proposal takes us to the Southwest region, and that proposal is to increase river otter harvest opportunity from 20 to 25 animals. So over the past few years, there's been a persistent interest in allowing more river otter harvest opportunity in the state. Between the last season setting process and this one, our staff conducted river otter surveys for 2 years in the Southwest region, and those results suggested that we have widespread stable river otter populations, and that a modest increase of 5 animals would provide ample opportunity, but still be a very conservative approach to maintaining a sustainable level of harvest. When we sent this out for public comment, 76 respondents and 86% in support of the proposal. With that in mind, it was the staff's recommendation to adopt as proposed. The third proposal is in multiple regions. And so that is in the Panhandle, Clearwater, Magic Valley, Upper Snake, and Salmon regions to move the start date for those aquatic fur bears, beaver, mink, muskrat, and river otter, move the opening date of that trapping season to October 15th for all of those regions. The idea behind this, it simplifies regulations, provides additional opportunity, and particularly, in higher elevations, you run into freezing conditions much sooner. This allows trappers a couple of weeks to access those higher elevation areas before freeze up. When that was sent out for public comment, we received 186 responses, and 83% of those were in support of the proposal. And so with that in mind, the staff's recommendation is to adopt this proposal as proposed as well. Those are the 3 proposals that I have for the 2024-2025 fur bear season setting process. And with that in mind, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the commission? Okay. Got more? That it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I think we're caught back up with ourselves. So we have a motion, we have a second. I move that the commission adopt staff recommendations for 2024 and 2025 upland game, turkey, and fur bear seasons. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Five B, turkey tag discount order, Jeff.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, I do not have a presentation or handout, so I'm going to go off of the gold sheet that you have. And this should be a relatively brief presentation. There are 2 types of turkey tags. We offer general hunt tags and controlled hunt tags in Idaho. General hunt tags are valid for spring and fall general seasons. If a general hunt tag is not used to harvest a turkey during the spring, it may be used in the fall. Controlled hunt tags are only valid in the controlled hunt for which a hunter was drawn, or it could also be used in any open general hunt during the calendar year for which the tag is valid. Further, Commission Order 21-66 continued fee discounts for certain types of turkey tags through January 31st, 2024. These discounted general hunt tags are referred to as special unit tags and discount tags. The special unit tag is for use in 9 units in the Panhandle region during fall general seasons. It can also be used in designated depredation hunts. The fees for these special unit tags are $5, and that includes the vendor issuance fee. The discounted tag is considered the second or subsequent resident tag purchased in a calendar year followed purchase of the first full price tag. And that can be a general tag or a controlled hunt tag that's purchased as your first tag. These are available for use in spring and fall general seasons throughout the state, and the fees for these are $12.25. This also includes the vendor issuance fee. And just to clarify, special unit tags are for residents and non-residents, and the discounted tags are for residents only. Special unit tags remain a valuable and effective tool for managers to use in areas where turkey populations have exceeded social tolerance. And the department believes a discount to the second or subsequent tags purchased in a calendar year following the first full price general or controlled hunt tag is necessary to increase hunting opportunity and encourage participation in wild turkey hunting. So the staff recommendation at this time is to continue existing discounts for resident and non-resident special unit tags and for the purchase of the second or subsequent resident turkey tags purchased in a calendar year following the first full price general or controlled hunt purchase. There is a table in your gold sheet that identifies the prices associated with these that would run through January 31st, 2026. If we're considering the first tag, the general or controlled hunt, a resident with price lock would have a fee of $19.75 for a tag. A resident without price lock would be $22.75, and a non-resident would pay $80 for that first tag. When it comes to discounted tags, so this is that second or subsequent tag for a resident, the price would be $12.25 for both price lock and without price lock. Non-resident remains the same at $80, and the discounted general tags would be $5 each for both residents and non-residents, and that does not matter whether or not they have price lock. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that concludes my presentation on the discount order for wild turkey tags, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the commission on the discount order?
Mr. Chairman, I'd move the commission adopt the turkey tag discount order as presented by staff.
I'd second that, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the turkey discount order as presented by staff. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Item 5C, land item, Jensen acquisition. Casey.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I've got a few lands items for you this morning. Starting with agenda item 5C. This is the Jensen property land acquisition. This is a proposed fee title acquisition in Region 6, the Upper Snake region. As a reminder to the commission, this proposal was presented during executive session in May of 2023. The property is 328 acres. It's located east of Idaho Falls and on the western boundary of the Texas Creek Wildlife Management Area. The property is primarily, upland habitat, with 2/3 of it being farmable. That farmable ground had been in CRP historically. And this property kind of sits at a transition between flatter plateau ag ground and where it drops down into the Willow Creek Canyon, which is part of the WMA property itself currently. On the upper map there, you can see the Jensen property blocked out in red, and all the hatched ground is the WMA. The primary purpose for this acquisition and the department's primary interest is in big game habitat. This area provides terminal big game winter range for elk and mule deer. The WMA as a whole also provides habitat for moose, along with good security cover for fawning and calving habitat. Primarily, the WMA supports upwards of 3,000 mule deer and as many as 5,500 elk from a number of surrounding game management units during the winter months. The map here on the lower section of the slide simply is some caller location data of a couple deer and elk. This is just to highlight that, yes, we know there is documented and consistent use of this area. Obviously, the parcel in question itself is the parcel outlined in the teal square here. You can see use of that property of those 328 acres, but also heavy use in that WMA boundary down in Willow Creek that I've mentioned before. And that's a lot of good security cover that these animals really rely on. So this property not only provides some additional habitat itself, but also an additional buffer between that really high quality security cover in the canyon and some of the private ag lands to the west. Another feature of the WMA to note of is the fact that this WMA and this property, this large contiguous block of quality habitat, really helps to attract these big game species during the winter and hold them there. Without that, these animals might be dispersing further into a lot of the surrounding ag grounds, and you have that, especially with elk, you have concerns with depredation. And so an addition like this to this WMA really helps to lessen the potential for those depredation issues in surrounding areas. In addition to the big game habitat, this property would provide some pretty quality upland habitat. The Texas Creek Wildlife Management Area Plan does identify this area as sage grouse and sharp-tailed grouse habitat, and the region is aware of multiple sharp-tailed grouse leks just to the west of this parcel on some of the adjacent private lands. So in addition to the habitat features of this parcel, there's also the matter of access, and this parcel does provide a new access opportunity for obviously administrative use, but also potentially public access. This is an area that WMA that's otherwise a little bit difficult to get to. And while this parcel itself does not directly connect with Kep's Crossing Road, which is a well-used county road just to the south of this property, there is a recorded access easement running from Kep's Crossing through the neighboring property onto this parcel. Obviously, that's desirable from the department's perspective. If we're to move forward, this acquisition allows us, like I said, administrative access, duck management activities, and also provides us an opportunity for a new public access location. However, if you look at the flip side of this, access to this type of a parcel also makes this pretty desirable from a development perspective. And we know that there is considerable potential for development in these areas, both residential as well as conversion of the existing or the old CRP fields into active ag or renewable energy. And it's tough to see, and I apologize I didn't highlight it, but in that first upper graph, you can actually see a couple wind turbines immediately west or to the left of that this parcel that's outlined in blue. So there's a lot of potential for development in this area if this property wasn't protected. And obviously that has some immediate impacts on the habitat itself in these 328 acres. But in addition, puts more pressure onto those animals that are using that security cover in the canyon, like I've mentioned. Should the commission decide to move forward, the region's plan for management of this property is pretty straightforward. It will be managed under the umbrella of the remainder or the rest of the Texas Creek Wildlife Management Area. The staff estimates about $15,000 a year just on general maintenance activities, and that's just kind of based on an average cost per acre that they see across the WMA. Some of the immediate plans would just include ensuring that access easement is in quality condition for department use and public use. Doing some restoration planting in some of the areas that have been affected by 2016 fire in the area, and then just ensuring that the CRP fields that are no longer enrolled in the program stay quality habitat for the species we've mentioned. The property itself is appraised for $750,000. The department's proposal to move forward with this is to use $562,500 of department access funds and a contribution of $187,500 from the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation to get that $750,000 total. We are at this point ready and have a closing date scheduled for February 6th. So with your approval today, we'll be able to move on this pretty quickly and have this thing closed out. With that, I can take any questions on the Jensen property.
Thank you. We appreciate the folks at Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation for their contribution. Should we move forward? Any questions, comments from the commission?
I'm familiar with this, Mr.
Rowdy?
Chairman. I think it makes sense to do it. I'm comfortable doing that. I'd like to make a motion that we do that.
Okay,
I'd like to make a motion that we acquire the 328 acres of Jensen property in Bonneville County.
very good. Moved and seconded to acquire the 328 acre Jensen property in Bonneville County. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Peterson acquisition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll stick with you here for another one or two of these. The Peterson acquisition, this is agenda item 5D. This is another fee title proposal. It's located in the Salmon region, Region 7. The project was last brought to the commission back in November of 2021 executive session. So this might be new to several of you. It's taken us a little bit of time to get this one to the finish line. This is a 5-acre parcel of land. It's located at the confluence of Hayden Creek and the Lemhi River. So we're south of Salmon, Idaho, just north of Lemhi. This property itself, the 5 acres, it's highlighted again here in red in the vicinity map there. It was originally part of a larger 176 acre ranch owned by the Peterson family. And this 5-acre parcel that's on the east side of Hayden Creek has been split off with the intention of transferring ownership to the department. The remainder of the ranch, the 171 some odd acres, will be held by the Peterson family, but protected with a conservation easement that the Nature Conservancy will be holding. The Nature Conservancy are partners with Fish and Game on this Peterson acquisition, and the fact that they're looking to also conserve the remainder of that ranch is an example of a huge amount of work that's gone on in this region with a number of collaborators to do a number of things, and a number of reasons that the department is interested in this particular acquisition. One is enhancing angler access opportunities. Obviously, this position of this parcel allows access opportunities to both Hayden Creek and the Lemhi. You'll see on this map as well, I've highlighted some existing Fish and Game properties just to the east of the Peterson property. Some of these are also newer acquisitions, and they're part of that larger effort that I mentioned to increase habitat for Chinook salmon and steelhead in the area. There's a lot of floodplain restoration work to create more complexity in the Lemhi River and the Hayden Creek drainages to improve in-stream habitat for these fish, and also a lot of efforts to improve our monitoring efforts and abilities for these ESA listed species. I will zoom out here. This is a kind of a landscape look at where the Peterson acquisition sits in relation to some of these other projects that I've mentioned. So just to the east, you can see the Fish and Game owned property there. I won't go through all of these labels, but the idea is to show you that this is really part of a bigger network and really a landscape scale effort to improve that habitat throughout that stretch. Something like 4 miles of the Lemhi and Hayden Creek are being worked on by various groups and collaborators, all with similar interests in mind of improving fisheries habitat and improving the connectivity and complexity of the stream system. Another thing to mention here that the department is going to benefit from with this acquisition is the ability to relocate one of the historic screw traps that the regional fisheries staff uses to monitor the Chinook salmon going up into Hayden Creek. Currently, it's been located a little further upstream in a less than desirable location. This acquisition allows us to move that trap closer to the confluence with the Lemhi and be a little more effective. You might notice here, it's a little tough to see, but this parcel actually only goes up to the eastern bank of Hayden Creek. In order to effectively monitor and install that screw trap, we have established and secured an access easement for administrative purposes only, so that staff can use both banks of Hayden Creek for our monitoring efforts. Like I mentioned, this effort is a partnership with the Nature Conservancy, and that group has really led the charge on project development, everything from the typical due diligence work, securing funding, and the landowner and seller relationships. They've gone ahead and applied and received 2 different rounds of funding from the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund. Among other members, that fund is governed by a board, and Director, you can maybe speak to this a little more if you think it's important. But that's governed by a board that includes the Governor's Office of Species Conservation. So this is a project that has been reviewed and supported by OSC. The grants that TNC has received amount to about $202,000. This property appraised at $250,000. The remaining $48,000 will be made up from another grant from the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation of $38,000, and then $10,000 will come from department land acquisition funds. With that, I can answer any questions on the Peterson property.
Thank you. I notice here, $250,000. You covered it, 202,000 from Nature Conservancy, 38,000 from Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and we're going to put up 10,000.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
$250,000 property. That's a pretty sweet deal for us.
Mr. Chairman, I couldn't agree more. It's a great deal.
Yeah. Comments, questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Rob?
Casey, thanks. I know that this has been a lot of work. It's been a long time coming. It seemed like we'd bring this up and it'd get pushed back down, but through the efforts that you guys have put forth, it's an exciting piece of property to see coming available. So I would, Mr. Chairman, if it's appropriate, I would move that we acquire the 5-acre Peterson property.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Moved and seconded to acquire the 5-acre Peterson property. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Cherry plant acquisition.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So we're moving on to agenda item 5E. This is the cherry plant fishing and boating access site in Region 5. This is located just to the west of Blackfoot. It's a 1/3 of an acre property that's located on a side channel of the Snake River. You might remember this property. It was presented to you in July of 2023 executive session. As you might remember, this is a property that the department has been actively operating and managing for decades now. The property was actually donated to the department back in the 1980s by the Cherry family. The reason that it is before you today is because at that time, deed was never actually put together and recorded, transferring ownership to the department. So all the intentions have been there and were there. We didn't make this thing final. So we've been working with the heirs of the Cherry family, who are now the rightful owners. They still wish to see this remain in department ownership and management. And so we have put together a quitclaim deed to formalize that. By way of just a little bit of background for the commission on the property itself, it is a valuable piece that provides access to this section of the Snake side channel that is otherwise kind of inaccessible to boaters because of an upstream diversion. So this is a pretty valuable access site. The region knows that it gets pretty consistent use, not only by boaters, but also some bank anglers as well right here at the access site. I do want to draw your attention. You'll see these 2 polygons and these 2 graphs are slightly different. The lower one that's more zoomed in, that's a more accurate representation of what the boundary of this property actually looks like. So there are 2 actually separate access points off of this road here to get down to the river. The department with approval today and with formalizing our ownership, the region would like to make some minor improvements to the site just to ensure continued community use. Those include adding some signage to the property and improving the signage that's there, as well as about $25,000 worth of boat ramp enhancements. Like I said, this property has been rolled up in the region's fishing and boating access program monitoring for decades. So really it'll be business as usual in terms of the maintenance and the monitoring of this site. And at this point, like I said, we have quitclaim deeds that are already partially executed, and with approval today, they're ready for the director's signature. So we can move forward and get these wrapped up very quickly. That I can answer any questions on cherry plant.
Thank you. As I recall, this was because of maybe the way things were done in the past, this kind of turned into a mess and not all the deeds were filed, and the intention was there, but the paperwork didn't follow through, and through your diligence, I believe, kind of cleaned up a mess here, got everything squared away for everybody, and I appreciate those efforts.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'd be remiss if I didn't call out our deputy attorney generals and the regional staff over in Region 5. They did a lot of the heavy lifting on this one. So.
Yep. Very good work. Questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Before I make a motion, I just want to give a shout out to Casey, his staff and the department. This is back-to-back meetings where you've brought some significant land acquisitions to protect the wildlife in Idaho, and it's phenomenal work. And while it's appreciated now, I think in the future it'll be even more appreciated, more critical. So thank you for all your hard work. That's awesome that you guys have done that. Phenomenal. And this is huge. So good job. With that, I would make a motion to acquire the 0.33 acre cherry plant access site.
Second that.
Moved and seconded to acquire the 0.33 acre cherry plant access site. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Revision of the tri-state MOA and proclamation regarding greater Yellowstone grizzly bear.
Hey, we're back. Mr. Chairman, we are here, Mr. Boudreau and I are here to request commission action on some legal documents related to the management of grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. So I'm going to begin by giving an overview of why we are requesting and recommending this. And then Mr. Boudreau is going to go into the wildlife related details. So Director Fredericks mentioned that the Greater Yellowstone Coalition had some public comments related to these documents. We have also seen similar comments in a parallel process that is part of the legal document update. So I just thought it would be helpful to go over some of those big questions so it can set the tone for some of the things we'll be talking about. We'll see if putting this first works or we stick with the tradition of coming to it at the end. But some of the questions and comments on greater Yellowstone grizzly bear management come down to questions like, why isn't the state of Idaho, Montana, and Idaho's objective to keep an ever increasing, ever growing grizzly bear population? Why isn't natural connectivity between the greater Yellowstone and other populations elsewhere in far northern Idaho, Montana, why isn't that required instead of only an ideal? Why is the interagency framework among the states to count bears only in something called the demographic monitoring area, which we'll explain in a bit, and not the entire greater Yellowstone distinct population segment as it is bounded by highways, Interstate 15 and the interstate in Montana? Why don't agencies expand the large area that is currently assessed for occupancy of females with young? Why aren't Yellowstone and Grand Teton National Park and Wind River Reservation in the agreement that is for population management amongst the three states? And then there are additional comments. If you did review the Greater Yellowstone letter that talked about statistical metrics, percentages, and there's an old saying or joke about what do you call a lawyer doing math? It's called malpractice. It's something that once we start with statistics and percentages, it's a lot of information coming at people, and sometimes they don't line up their assumptions quite right and see a bigger impact than what is actually part of the math. So we'll touch on that a little bit. And then the final comments are a little bit of our visual of the chicken and the egg. So we have a couple of parallel documents, and some people are saying, well, you can't update the state agreement before you update this interagency strategy. And other people are saying you can't update the interagency strategy before you update the MOA. And actually, I'll stay here. So we will talk about both of those documents. The 3-state document requires approval of 3 state fish and game commissions. You have counterparts of similar size. Idaho's 7 members. Wyoming also has a multi-member commission, as does Montana. And sometimes it's easier to convene those 3 bodies than to convene the interagency body that involves multiple federal agencies, including the National Park Service, Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Geological Survey. That meets a couple times a year. So what process we are undertaking today is to get the state process so it is in order and can dovetail back in with the other process that is ongoing. Realize there may be changes, but at some point you either have to have the chicken or the egg and then continue on. So I will have this available for the record. I won't detail all of the history. The basics of the listing of grizzly bears. The Endangered Species Act was signed by Richard Nixon in 1973, just over 50 years ago. Not long after, in 1975, only a portion of grizzly bears were listed. Grizzly bears in Western Canada and Alaska have never been listed on the Endangered Species Act, but this country did list grizzly bears in the lower 48. Unfortunately, because of later evolutions in law, part of the reason we're unable to delist Greater Yellowstone the past 2 tries is because it's removing part of a listing, and courts have required additional procedure for that. So we are still trying to support the delisting of a Greater Yellowstone grizzly bear population that has met its recovery by all measures for almost 20 years now. And unfortunately, procedurally, there have been 2 efforts to meet the procedural requirements for delisting grizzly bears, one in 2007, one in 2017. Both of those were put back on the list as a result of courts finding that Fish and Wildlife Service had not specifically explained or addressed certain points. So where we are now is back in 2018, a district court, most of which was upheld by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, identified 3 things that had to get fixed from the 2017 delisting rule. 2 of those involve state commitments, which is why we are here before you today. One is to have a commitment to recalibration of the once should the agencies change how they estimate or the models for estimate, there needs to be a commitment to review the numbers and make sure they match up over time so that there is consistency in what the agencies are relying on. Courts also found a need to either have natural connectivity between populations, or if there is not natural connectivity, to have a commitment to translocation for genetic fitness. And the third part is an obligation of the Fish and Wildlife Service, which is analyzing what is left on the list, the remnant population, if you delist one distinct population segment like Yellowstone. If Yellowstone is delisted, what does the remainder of the lower 48 listing look like? Now we were before some of you back in 2021 to update documents to support delisting. The commissions did take that action. And then the technical scientists, interagency staff embarked on a effort to adopt best available science for how to measure and track and identify appropriate mortality rates for the population. That is a new model called the integrated population model. With that adoption, and because we don't yet have a delisted population, it is appropriate to update those documents and revisit the metrics that are in them. So that's why we are here before you today. I gave you a little overview of who does what. The states, while grizzly bears are listed, I want to make it clear it's been a topic of confusion. The states, while grizzly bears are listed, have been investing in management for over 40 years, doing monitoring and research, addressing conflicts in coordination with the federal agencies, USDA Wildlife Services, and federal land managers, the National Park Service, Forest Service, and while bears are listed, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So there is an ongoing process that is demonstrating state capabilities in the successful recovery of grizzly bears. And now we are looking at how to transition that to post-delisting management, which leaves one aspect or a couple of aspects, but a key aspect is regulating mortality. That includes agency conflict management. It includes potential harvest. There has also been interest from the state of Montana of supporting translocations amongst populations that has also come up. So the states have been doing those, and there will be a state agreement among the 3 states that we will be talking about. There is also this interagency group that has developed a conservation strategy, which is an umbrella document. It includes the population management aspects. It also includes the federal land agencies process and regulations for how they manage grizzly bear habitat in terms of things like road management, how they develop campgrounds in limited areas in ways that won't affect unduly grizzly bear habitat, those types of things. And then finally, there is still the role of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which is for the grizzly bears to come off the endangered species list. Fish and Wildlife Service has to go through a rulemaking, and part of that rulemaking, they analyze the adequacy or inadequacy of regulatory mechanisms, other threats, as well as the conservation status of grizzly bears. And part of that is based on looking at the longstanding as updated recovery criteria of here's the type of biological features that are needed to have them feel comfortable that the grizzly bears are no longer threatened with extinction in the foreseeable future. And now, felt like I talked a mile a minute there, but I think I'm ready to turn it over to Toby, and we'll also come back for some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. So many of you have been through this and seen these maps before, but I just wanted to go over them again. Sort of the relevant boundaries for the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. And I'll start in the middle. And that is, of course, Yellowstone Park boundary is the purple boundary. And then outside that is the primary conservation area. And that is the securest habitat for grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone. Then outside that is what's called the demographic monitoring area. And you'll see that it includes areas outside quite a ways. And the idea of the demographic monitoring area is it's suitable habitat for grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone, but it also includes sinks. And just quickly explain what a sink is. In ecology, they have sources and sinks are where things go and disappear, die for any one reason. So they wanted to include sinks in the boundary because if the bear population is doing well enough, then those sinks might have an effect on the population. And yet if they have recovered, then those sinks, there's so many bears that those sinks actually aren't having effect on the bear population as a whole. So they actually included those specifically in there. And, they basically talk about it that in the Federal Register, that mortalities in these areas would be outside the suitable habitat, but could be disproportionate to the population generally combined with the suitable habitat area. So anyways, important that's why it sort of looks very amorphous, is to include those sinks. And then outside that boundary, of course, is the distinct population segment area, which includes, goes from Pocatello to Butte, out to Rollins, and over to Sheridan. So quite a large area. And by the way, if anybody has any questions while I'm going along, please stop me and I'd be glad to answer any questions. There's a bunch of stuff in here. So as Kathleen mentioned, why are we here? Basically, we've switched to an integrated population model, which allows annual assessment of the vital rates. And we can actually measure the trajectory of the population on an annual basis. And prior to that, we were using ranges of years. It was the best available science, and now we have better available science to use, and that's why we switched. And this IPM also allows us, wildlife managers, to calculate and apply annual mortality limits and actually model what the effects of removing X number of females or males might be on the population before that actually happens. It's a very powerful tool. And as you have heard in past presentations, we use an IPM for our deer and our elk. And this is just another application of that sort of model framework for grizzly bears. So what is an IPM? It's the integrated population model. And to put it simply, we can take lots of sources of data and put them all together and come up with better estimates than how we used to do it. It allows for a unifying and flexible monitoring management framework. It actually is an extension of the old model. So it actually uses data from the previous model, which was called Chow 2. And it allows, like I said, to project plan changes. And if you look at the graph on the left is the AF stands for adult females, and it shows basically, and the bars are the error bars, basically plus or minus. The line is the estimate, and the error, and the bars basically indicate the error. And as you go from left to right, you can see once we get past 2023 into the future, the error bars increase in size. It's not that those error bars will shrink as we move in time, but just to let you know that we aren't getting worse estimates. They're just, because we're projecting into the future, they generally have a larger margin of error. So just wanted to explain that. And then on the right are the adult males. So monitoring, and what Idaho, Montana, Wyoming has been doing since the 70s is really a very important part of the IPM and feeding. All the data, the camera data, the flight data, the observation data, all the radio collar data, the survival, the mortality, all that information is integrated into the model. So each animal captured is important. So every year we conduct captures in the greater Yellowstone area, and beyond doing conflict issues, dealing with conflict there, we're also doing research and radio collaring for monitoring. So part of the IPM is we can now measure population growth. And the technical term for population growth is lambda. You see the very unique graphical depiction of how to pronounce it up at the upper left-hand corner. But, the important thing here is that the GYE population has changed over time. And if you look at the graph on the left-hand side, you can see that from 1983 to 2023, the population, or 2022 has increased quite a bit. If you look, I'd like to call your attention to the 500 number, and that's basically the minimum population we need for genetic fitness. So As you can see, the blue line has far exceeded that. And the pink area, if you actually, on the left-hand side of the pink area is where we delisted bears first in 2007. And it's also, if you look at the line of population increase, it's also where the population started to inflect. It started to actually not grow at the rate at which it was in the previous 20 years. So, and then on the right-hand side of the pink box is also where we tried to delist them again in 2017. So we saw the population their population growth sort of decrease a little bit. And the graph on the right is actually a graph of lambda. So it's actually the rate of change annually from 1983 to 2022. And the pink box superimposed on it is also the same time between 2006 and 2018. And you can see that for the first time, lambda actually goes below 1. And what that indicates is that the population is exhibiting density dependence. Basically, there's so many bears that the density of them, individuals, interact at a rate, and they grow slower. Their own mortality, interspecific competition, all those things. So they grow slower. So we know that the population is at a point where it's at a healthy level based on the suitable habitat. So, some of the common terms that are thrown out by folks, and a lot of people know about it, is carrying capacity. And this is just a graph to show you that, carrying capacity is the capacity of the habitat to support a species. And you can see that this is a great example from Michigan, from Isle Royal, which is a park. And you can see the green line, about the early 90s, the moose population spiked and then it dropped precipitously. And what that is a great graphic example of where a population hit carrying capacity, ate themselves out of house and home, and ended up at a much lower level. They lost 60% of their population in basically a year. And I'm sure there were some extenuating weather events that caused that. And you can see earlier in the 70s, you can also see that with wolves, that their population spiked and then dropped back down because, you can only live within your means. But this is a great biological example of carrying capacity, whereas density dependence is something that happens before you hit that capacity. It's the buffet that you feel, when you're, about to hit Mach 1 just before, the airplane explodes. So, sorry, Director, it's just first thing that came to my mind. Using another analogy in the grocery store, much simpler than the speed of sound, is, on the left, you have 8 grocery carts and you have 8 loaves of bread. That is basically the capacity of all the people that are in that store. If they want if they all want a loaf of bread and there's 8 loaves and there's 8 people there. So that is capacity. And if you look to the graphic on the right, obviously, that is when your population has exceeded the resources and there's 1 loaf of bread for 8 carts. So just another way to look at it. And I appreciate Aaron Roach's artistic abilities to create this graphic, because it's not always an easy concept to move to get through to folks. So updates and revisions are what we're working on right now. Obviously, the conservation strategy, as Kathleen talked about. Chapter 2 is the population standards and monitoring. Chapter 3 is all the habitat. Chapter 4 is conflict. Chapter 5 is information education. And it really is the playbook of how states will manage grizzly bears and federal agencies will manage grizzly bears and grizzly bear habitat after delisting. So that is what the conservation strategy is. It is the surrogate of a management plan because with all parties involved, not just the states. And all the other chapters are done. They've all been updated. And chapter 2, because of the new science we developed with the IPM, we're updating that. So I'd also like to point out that, with the chicken and the egg graphic you saw earlier, is that the IPM, the tri-state MOA is an appendix to the conservation strategy. And they are mirror documents when it comes to population management. And so yeah, one has to come first, but they are part of the whole. We did update the language. We added the IPM, changed the demographic criteria to reflect the fact that now we have an annual estimate, and updated the allocation of harvest and how we're going to actually move forward with that in the conservation strategy. And we also accepted public feedback from November 15th to December 15th. And that was some of the feedback that Kathleen Trevor had reviewed. As far as the tri-state MOA goes, so far, Wyoming Commission adopted that basically a week and a half ago. And Montana is also pending review. And of course, it is in front of you today. And that too has all the IPM, all the other updates in it, and also commitments to translocation, and highlighting the fact that we did indeed recalibrate the numbers for grizzly bears and how we would manage them forward. So part of delisting is having adequate regulatory mechanisms. And obviously the Fish and Wildlife Service identified 3 recovery criteria. And you need population demographic criteria and those mechanisms to move forward with delisting. And basically get off the endangered species, get the species off the endangered species list and stay off. So abundance basically updates to reflect the best available science. Distribution of reproduction, so basically that it remains the same, and then a way to evaluate mortality to reflect the best available science and management. If we look at the previous demographic criteria from 2016, maintain a minimum population of 500 animals. The criteria 2 is have 16 of 18 bear management units, which are smaller areas within the DMA that have females with young, with no two adjacent management units unoccupied during a 6-year summer observation. So you don't have to have bears in them every year, but over a 6-year period that they had females with young in them. And then the third criteria is the annual mortality limits for independent males and females. And that is obviously from 2016, not based on the best available science currently. And we are updating that, or we updated. So what the state agencies would like is to move from recovered to post-delisting management, and the tri-state MOA is how we do that. It regards the management, genetic health, allocation of discretionary mortality for the 3 states involved. So management in relationship to recovery. If you look at the old demographic criterion 1 that said we need a population of at least 500 bears, with the IPM and the recalibration of bear populations, the parties agree, and the bottom paragraph is from the MOA. The parties agree that to manage the population within or above the range of 800 to 950 bears, and to take additional measures to provide additional level of protection for the criterion 1 to ensure this criterion is met. And basically that links the original criterion 1, which is 500 bears, and criterion 3, which is the mortality limits. As you probably saw in your packet, you know, the new the new tri-state MOA has a table in there, and what it does is it moves us away from a time frame with a single point objective to managing for a range over time or with annual estimates. So manage the population within or above this range of 800 to 950. Use the IPM to determine the mortality limits. And then that focuses the lambda somewhere between 0.98, which is slightly decreasing, to 0.102, which is slightly increasing. And then, of course, manage conflict and authorize hunting at state discretion based on allocated mortality limits. If the population goes above 950, we want to manage the population for stability or decrease. And in the MOA, we specify that mortality limits will never decrease the population by more than 5% in 1 year. So commenters talked about the fact that, you know, the population was going to be, you know, managed down precipitously. This is the stopgap for that basically 5% is the max. And, you know, in talking about bear populations, and one of the, you know, other commenters talked about, you know, that, you know, populations will decrease at a rate. One of the things that some people forget about is actually bears reproduce every year. So there's more bears being added in. And as the population gets out of density dependence, more bears will actually survive. So, you know, getting to 800 bears is not the goal of any of the states. And, but managing between that 800 and 950 is really the sweet spot, we all believe, based on our current knowledge. And distribution of reproductive females, basically, we will maintain those bear management units are still in place, and we will monitor and manage the breeding female occupancy to ensure that those are met. So making sure that the distribution of reproductive females is maintained over time. So the recalibration part was, it's, you know, I imagine, well, I've had a lot of people ask me, well, how did it go from 674 to 8 something? Well, what it was a mathematical thing, moving from old Chow 2 to a new Chow 2, where they basically had they calculated female. So if they were out flying and saw a female with cubs, put a dot on the map and said, within 30 kilometers, every other female with one cub that we just, like the one we just saw, it's the same one. Basically, even if they saw multiple bears with one cub or 2 cubs or whatever, they would say within 30 kilometers, that's the same bear. Well, what they did was they figured out that bear use areas are smaller than that. And if they shrink that to 16 kilometers, then that suddenly makes not only the bear you saw here with 1 cub, but the bear right next to it that you saw with 1 cub also counted. So that's how the number actually increased. We always knew there were more bears, but the math and the models weren't reflecting it. And that was the big part of the reason that things changed. So looking at basically how it was from, yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Toby, you're doing a great job of taking something that's extremely complex and making it digestible. So just the old Chow 2 to new Chow 2 part, just to make sure that people understand Chow. Can you just explain that a little bit in terms of what that means?
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Director, Chairman. The Chow 2 is a person. They developed the model. It was basically the way that the interagency grizzly bear study team estimated the population. It used all the vital rates that they had and used 30-kilometer areas for the females. When in 2021, when some of you on the commission saw the updated MOA and was that they had actually revised that model to include 16 km. So that population number went up. The number of bears didn't go up, but the number went up. And it's just it's like the IPM, but it doesn't use as many variables as an IPM. And then in 2021, basically the IPM was introduced that not only used the new Chow 2 model, but a whole bunch of other data to sort of come together into the population estimation and mortality estimation. So looking at the criteria 3 mortality limits, basically the parties agree, and we've had meetings over the past couple of years talking about, okay, these are the new population estimates based on the IPM. The range is 680 to 960, but really being conservative and using round numbers, we all agreed that managing between 800 and 950 bears was really the best place for the bear population and for all the parties involved. In looking at it in a graphic example, the graph on the left, graphic on the left shows that basically the bear population is filled their habitat and are at some level of maximum of density without problems. And the graphic on the right is sort of showing how, as bear populations increase, there are not only like the inner bears that are upside down with the X's over their eyes would be, those bears that are being removed through density dependent effects. And then of course the bear outside far to the east is obviously in some conflict situation. So as bear population increases, bears flow out of the area, and the more bears there are, the more conflict there is farther away. And obviously, important part of the MOA is being specific about what if the population goes below 800. If the population goes below 800, the states all agree that that we will manage for an increasing population for a lambda greater than 1. And then we will also request that the interagency grizzly bear study team do a biology and monitoring review and consider the results of the review once it's done. Basically, it's another third party, which we are a small part of as a state agency, to have them evaluate why did the population go below. But the goal and objective of all the parties is the population stays between 800 and 950 and never go below that. So using the IPM to derive harvest, this is a complicated table and I'll try to walk you through it. If you look on the left-hand side, we have independent age females, independent age males, and dependent young. In the 2022 population estimate, we have an estimate for how many females there were, how many males. If you use the 3 scenarios, basically a lambda greater than 1, which is growing, a lambda of equal to 1, which is stable, or a lambda of, for instance, 0.95, that would be reducing the population. You can see that basically there are 31, if you look at the lambda equal to 1, there are 31 females and 41 males of total mortality available in 2023. The next column over is the prior year harvest. So we have to calculate in what is already perished. And that includes in the DMA and national parks and the Wind River Reservation. Those numbers of 17 and 20 are actually a 10-year average. They're not what really happened to date, but just as an example. And then if you look over at the next column, which is the availability of harvest mortality, if you're looking at stable, you would take the number that have already died minus, or the possible mortality minus the number that had already died, and that would be the number of females, which is 14, and then the same for males, which would be 21 for 2023. So how does that work down to Idaho? Obviously, the distribution of harvest mortality is divided by land mass. Idaho has 8%, Montana has 34%, and Wyoming has 58%. So if you look at for a stable population, you would have 14 females. Wyoming's allocated harvest would be 8, Montana's would be 5, Idaho's would be 1, and for males, Idaho's harvest would be 2 in a given year. And that number would change, and we would get together, the 3 states would get together and decide what is the allocated harvest for every single year following delisting, if the population was at a level that hunting could go on. So another part of the MOA and the conservation strategy, which Kathleen highlighted, was a requirement of the court's decision in 2018, was genetic fitness. And in the MOA, we commit to translocation. The court required either natural connectivity or translocation to basically ensure genetic fitness. There have been studies done before of how genetically fit the Yellowstone grizzly bear population is, and it's very genetically fit currently, but the courts believe that over time they needed some influx of new bears. So the first commitment is, of course, to monitor the genetic fitness of them. So every captured bear gets a genetic test. They're all tested at the same lab, so we can actually tell parentage. It's pretty incredible. And then the second thing is that commitment by the parties. By the end of 2025, the parties will translocate at least 2 bears from outside the Greater Yellowstone, unless migration can be documented. The other document that you got in your packet was the proclamation, and I guess to summarize it, within the mortality limits identified in the MOA, each state has a discretionary to determine whether it will propose a hunting season consistent with the allocation or not. And adopting the proposed proclamation, which is attached in your packet, would clarify that there is currently no open season for grizzly bears, and clarify how the commission would use its existing discretion to open and close hunting seasons, prohibit harvest of adult bears accompanied by young, and otherwise set numeric limits for take of grizzly bears in the GYE, should the commission authorize harvest season after delisting. So the timeline, we still have more work to do on Chapter 2. We're assessing and answering the public feedback that we received, and we'll finalize and incorporate for signature sometime in the spring of 21. And of course, that's signed by all the federal land management agencies and the states. And then, of course, with our tri-state MOA, finalize and present to the state commissions for approval. We'll hopefully have that all done, move forward today, and then Montana's will hopefully soon follow. And then also have the Idaho Commission proclamation in place. And then, of course, the next timeline is for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and their rulemaking process for the delisting of the Greater Yellowstone grizzly bear population. And with that, I will stand for questions and apologize for all the stuff.
Well, you made it pretty understandable, Toby. So I had a question. The 800 to 950 grizzly bears, would that include inside the park?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that includes bears inside the park. So it's bears in the demographic monitoring area. So outside of that, we know there are grizzly bears but that is not part of the of what is monitored on a regular basis. And so yes, it includes park and outside the park.
Okay. Questions, gentlemen?
Yeah, thank you, Toby. So I kind of went back and looked at the public feedback that Kathleen touched on at the very first of the presentation. And I think a lot of the questions there were answered. And the one that I'm not sure of, and maybe I missed it because I was thinking about Mach 1 and exploding. So, but why aren't the Yellowstone Grand Teton National Park and Wind River Reservation, reservation in the tri-state agreement?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, the tri-state MOA is a agreement between the three states. The Grand Teton Yellowstone Park are part of the conservation strategy, and they actually have been given drafts of the MOA as a courtesy, because obviously, as I'd said, the MOA is an inextricable part of the conservation strategy, chapter 2. So they are involved, and the state of Wyoming obviously is working with the Wind River Reservation entity to on future management for sure.
And then, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, I pulled up the slide that Toby talked about. One point of confusion was that although the Parks and Wind River Reservation are not parties to the tri-state MOA, the bear mortality that happens in these areas from the park perspective, bears can still become in conflict and have to be removed because of habituation around campgrounds, et cetera. So if there is mortality, it is in the entire demographic monitoring area per the chairman's comment. That includes the parks. The mortality is factored into identifying what happens in a year, and then that is taken off the top, or it's part of the bottom that is then used as to what additional discretionary mortality is available to the state. So we did want to clear up that even though they're not signatories, what happens to the bears there is part of the agreement.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple questions if appropriate. Excuse the ignorance again. You talked about a population fitness. Am I using that term right? Of 500 of where you need 500 of the grizzly bears to have a sustained population without where they're fit. Is that accurate? Am I explaining that correctly? That's why I'm asking the question, because I didn't understand it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, what that is basically a minimum of 500 for population viability. Basically, the long-term fitness of the population needs 500 individuals interacting to basically have long-term population viability. So it is involved genetic fitness, of course, but it's the minimum number of bears to have a healthy, sustaining, in perpetuity population of bears.
Okay. And then the next question I had, I think towards the end, you made a comment about translocating 2 bears. Did I understand that as well properly?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that is correct, that the parties agree that we would do 2 bears per year, starting in 2025.
Of translocating.
Translocating.
What does that mean?
That means catching bears in another ecosystem and moving them to the greater Yellowstone and putting them in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. So, for instance, the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem is another ecosystem that has met recovery goals, and bears could be moved from there to the greater Yellowstone to meet the genetic translocation criteria.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
So, Chairman, and when I assume we're trading stock here, so we're keeping things from getting inbred. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly? Getting some new genetics in the herd? Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Harshbarger, yes, that is exactly why we would be, the translocation is about
Fresh genetics.
keeping the blood fresh. Yes.
So when we're trading with the other ecosystems, are we sending them stock too and they're sending us some back, or do we just get theirs?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Harshbarger, it would be currently, it is the concept is sort of a one-way movement. But the state of Montana did actually reserve the right and put it in the MOA to actually move bears from the GYE to other places, if in the future that actually was needed. But currently, the model is to just move bears into the GYE, at least from Idaho's perspective.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Harshbarger, part of the reason for that is Yellowstone has been an island, a giant island. I think the demographic monitoring area was 2 Connecticut's size. And then the Montana population, other populations have connection with bears stretching from Canada to Alaska. So that's why the focus at this point from the court's thoughts on avoiding inbreeding is linking that up naturally or having a human assisted move.
Very good. Any more questions, comments? All right, I would entertain a motion to adopt the tri-state MOA and the proclamation.
Mr. Chairman, I'd
Yep.
move that the commission adopt the revised tri-state MOA and adopt the revised proclamation relating to the limit of the take of grizzly bear in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem.
I'll second that.
Very good. Moved and seconded to adopt the revised tri-state MOA and adopt the revised proclamation relating to the limit of the take of grizzly bear in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I forgot to thank Toby. That was awesome. Appreciate that. You explained it very well.
And Mr. Chairman, with the commission actions today, we will communicate that with your sister commissions in Montana and Wyoming, and we will also forward the document as it advances to the other agencies as the parallel review process occurs for the larger interagency conservation strategy. Thank you.
You guys ready for a break? Okay, break. Let's be back here about 10 after, okay? 15 minutes. business here, pointed out to me at the break, we do need to make a slight clarification because we didn't exactly talk about the season ending closing dates. Mr. Knetter is going to cover that for us. So we're going to back up to item 5A and cover what we didn't make perfectly clear.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Help me out. Am I on? All right, great. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, yes, we need to revisit this. Just can't get enough time in front of the commission. Previously, we presented changes to the upland game and turkey seasons, but it's important to clarify that staff requests the commission adopt all other unchanged seasons. We referenced the fact that the third Saturday changes on an annual basis, and you can see that reflected in what's on the screen right now. We want to make sure that the commission has the opportunity to approve these seasons that are adjusted appropriately for the 2024 and 25 seasons, as well as the 2025 and 26 seasons. And lastly, staff also requests the commission explicitly adopt falconry seasons as well. So with that, I am more than happy, Mr. Chairman, to move through the season dates that are on the screen in front of you for your review. And then request, the staff recommendation is to request your approval.
Okay.
Okay, so first and foremost are the quail seasons. You can see the dates adjusted appropriately for the 25 or 24 and 25 seasons. Same for chukar and gray partridge, followed by sharp-tailed grouse, pheasants associated with the Upland Game Bird Permit Program. So these are birds that are released on release areas. Cottontail and snowshoe hare seasons, red squirrel seasons, and lastly, the falconry seasons. Mr. Chair, are there any questions?
Okay, you got any questions, gentlemen? I'm going to rule that this was included in the motion when we said to adopt staff recommendations, unless I hear an objection. So please let the record reflect that this was included in the motion to accept staff recommendations. But we're good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
December 1 tag sale report, Michael Peterson. Get out your tough questions for this guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure to present to you again. This seems to be a recurring item. The December 1 tag sale report for our sales for the 2024 seasons that occurred last month. Before I get into my presentation today, I'd like to just mention the fact that even though I'm up here getting to help celebrate the win and talk about what was more of a success of a sale than what we've had in prior years, is that it is due to the hard work of our licensed system manager, Tara Reichert, her team, and Brant, who have spent countless hours trying to coordinate and work with many people to make sure that it went off as well as it did. And so before I even get started, I owe it to her and her team to commend them for the work that made this actually all possible.
Is Tara in here right now?
She is, and she's going to be
Stand up.
presenting next.
Stand up.
Always
Thank you,
fun.
Tara.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in the gold sheet, we talked about the tradition of the department to make non-resident and actually resident licenses available for the upcoming year so that people can buy early and not have a gap in their privileges to hunt, fish, or trap. And then traditionally also, we sell non-resident over-the-counter tags on December 1st. With the limiting of the tags for non-residents by zone and unit, we have seen a dramatic increase over the last 4 years in demand for these tags, as obviously we have discussed, and the challenges that comes with that of tens of thousands of people trying to get a limited number of tags, and some tags being more popular than other tags. So in November, we had a conversation, and our licensed system contractor, Brant, was in attendance, telling us the things that they were able to do, as well as the things that they were not able to do in anticipation of this sale. But one of the most important points of that presentation to the commission in November is, what does success look like for the department and for the system in terms of handling this volume and making sure that the sale will happen with a minimum of disruption and a minimum of customer frustration. That is not to say that there is not going to be customer frustration, especially when someone who wants something doesn't get it. And there's no way that we can work around that. There's only 25,000 over the counter tags between deer and elk, and there's obviously more than that. And so at the end of the day, somebody's not going to get their Taylor Swift ticket, right? So the way we defined success is it began on time. It was conducted without pause. We didn't have to interrupt it. It handles all traffic through all sales channels, which is the telephone, the internet, and vendors. And then the sale is 6 to 8 hours, and then transactions processed without undue delay. And what that means is that when the clerk or the person at the terminal clicks that tag for you, you don't have to wait 5, 6, 7 minutes for it to print. So I'd like to say that, yes, the sale did begin on time. It started right at 10 a.m. There was no interruption. It was conducted without pause. In fact, the team did an amazing job of monitoring the flow and making sure that even though things were a little slow, they weren't very slow at all. And then we never had to stop things like we did in 2022, and it continued throughout. We handled all the traffic through all the sales channels. I will have some demographics for you here in a minute in terms of what does that look like and what is that trend. And then the sale is 6 to 8 hours. The sale was a little bit less than 6 hours. It started at 10 and we practically sold almost everything by 4 p.m. in the same day, which was fantastic considering what has happened in prior years where it lasted for about 10 hours or 12 hours. And last year we had a delay and we weren't able to do that. And of course, the transaction, I was up there at the front desk multiple times on December 1st, providing moral support. They don't let me work a terminal, which is probably a good thing. But those tags printed pretty quick. So here's an overall slide in terms of what did the day look like, all included. Now, this includes sales that started at 12:01 in the morning. We ran our auto renew job. So this includes auto renewals for non-residents and residents as well. But as you can see, between 10 a.m. and these are mountain time, we did $15.764 million worth of revenue collected. Last year, it was 14.8, so gained a little bit less than $1 million, and then 2021 was 13. 37,000 transactions, which, given the nature of what we do, that is an awful lot. 115,000 items purchased. Now remember, this is more than tags, right? You have your licenses, you have your archery permits, you have your wolf tags, you have your access depredation fee, and you have all of those ancillary items that we also encourage people to buy, like the hard card. And so all inclusive of all of those things, it was over 115,000 items. And then we did actually see a decrease in the phone calls received. So looking at the demographics overall for the sale last month, and you can see the trend, and it's pretty staggering. The first year in December 1, 2020, and that's when the commission first limited for the 2021 hunting season, we had no idea what we would get. We anticipated maybe 8,000 and 10,000 people, and then we had 22,000 devices. Now, there's something I want to call out on this slide. You can see that the number of transactions have increased, the number of items issued has increased, and the number of devices. And these are the people who are in that famous waiting room online, where they log in before 10, and then right at 10, the system randomizes everybody and puts them in line. These are not equal to people. These are equal to devices. So if I was really savvy, I could have my phone, my iPad, my work computer, and my home laptop all logged in so that when it randomizes, I'm going to pick the lowest number to increase my odds. And that is what we're seeing between 2020 and 2023, going from 22,000 to 98,000. So 98,000 does not mean that we had a 30,000 or 50% increase in avidity online. What that means is we're seeing the trend where we are at this point unable to have one person, one login. More and more and more people are pursuing the same method of getting all of their devices and having maybe even their family members or their kids or whatever to trying to increase their chance. And that is what we associate with a dramatic increase in devices. It does not mean an increase in popularity or customer base or anything else. It's just the same number of people trying harder in different ways to get the tag that they want. So moving into transactions by sales channel. Again, you can see from the difference between 2020, where most of them were on the internet, the online, the branch sales site. 1,000 were at vendors, only 6%, a little bit at offices and telesales. And as you can see, because if you're there in person, you can bypass the waiting room, and your opportunity to get the tag that you want is a better chance. And so to have almost 100% increase between 2020 and then last month for the transactions online and then vendors, dramatic increase, right? From last year, it increased 50%. 7,700 people, more and more and more people are either traveling to Idaho to a vendor to get this, or they're finding a proxy to stand in line for them to buy them their thing. IDFG offices was pretty much the same, and telesales, interestingly enough, went down. Now, another comment I'd like to have about the number of transactions that is here. The number of non-resident tags that are available over the counter for these customers is the same. Between 2020 and 2023, the commission offered the same amount of over-the-counter tags between those years. What this shows is that we are selling those same tags more and more and more on December 1st, rather than most on December 1st, and then it trickles throughout the rest of the year. So I wanted to make that clear, that even though the number of transactions has increased, the number of tags that are available remains the same. So there's been no change there, which is also why we have more revenue that day, because we sold more of that same existing static pot of tags on that day. So looking forward, Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned earlier, we see the shift from online to in-person. This trend has continues, and we expect it to continue even next year, right? Because avoiding the waiting room and standing in front of a person with a terminal who can key in your thing and immediately get there, rather than waiting in line online and waiting for other people to check out, provides more certainty, and I expect that will continue. As I mentioned, also, devices online has increased from 67,000 to 98,000. It doesn't mean more customers. And responsive to that, we have had multiple conversations with the commission and with Brant about how do we get to a way to restrict our customers to one login where you only have one place online. And that has been proven to be a challenge and elusive. The current framework for the waiting room, we have tried multiple ways. Remember that Qt system is a third-party contractor to Brant. Brant does not own that proprietary software. They are contracting with them to help them manage that inflow on behalf of the sale. That vendor is currently, as from what we know, unable to provide an easy or simple way to provide the one person, the one login. And so the department and Brant are taking a look at what are our other options to see what it would take to get there. I will say that if we want to go that direction and we deliberately do that, the opportunity cost of that would be significant. Later on today, we're going to have Ms. Riker come up here and talk about e-tagging, right? Which is an opportunity for you to use your mobile device and tag a salmon or steelhead. That's in development, and that's work between fisheries and the licensing system and the contractor to put this in place and do those things. To go to one person, one login, we would have to make a conscious decision, because it would be a huge body of work to forego other opportunities like moving towards e-tagging, maybe for big game, or maybe enhancing some other opportunities for customer service, or making sales flows better, or you name it. So we are interested in having a good customer experience, and we're also interested in finding out what is our customer base for these non-resident tags. And we're also interested in trying to make this work for as many people as possible. And while I'm trying to avoid the words victory lap, because I know that there's a lot of customer frustration and not everybody got what they wanted, I think that it is appropriate to celebrate a win, that we were able to have a sale on December 1st. It started on time, that never had a pause. and went as smooth as it possibly could have been expected. And that's huge. And that's a credit to Tara and her team, and that's a credit to Brant, and that's a credit to everybody involved who worked together to make this happen. And I have the honor of standing up here and presenting that to you. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd like to invite any questions that you may have and any comments.
I'd have to make a comment. I know the last couple of years, the commission was pretty frustrated with the way it all worked, and we leaned on you guys a little bit to get this dang thing fixed. And so credit where credit's due, you know, you and the vendor stepped up and did a much better job this year. And implementation of technology, of course, takes time. But I was very well pleased with the way it went. So much better. I would agree with you that there's still improvements we can wish to make. But good job.
Mr. Chairman, I was at the sheep show last week and there was a lot of course, there was a lot of out-of-state hunters there, and there was a whole bunch of people that were happy how it worked. They were just like, yeah, exactly, for sure. You did an awesome job.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, and I think Carson and I met with a lobbyist for the state of Idaho, and I think the speed that we did it was great, but I think there's a huge discontent with out-of-state hunters on the fairness of the system, both with online and in person, where we have multiple tags being bought by people. And I think that's the frustration. And you're right, you know, I get it. If you don't get it, you're mad. But even the ones that what it shows me is that they know that people are gaming the system, and now they are too. So the fairness issue is something we ought to try to address by, I don't know how, both vendors and with our system. So.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. So appreciate that comment, Commissioner Bobbitt. And so no secret, I mean, the last commission meeting that we had, which was just prior to the sale, there's giant pit in my stomach and several other staff members' stomachs just as we approached December 1. And yeah, again, echo what's been said. Can't say enough about our team and Brant and how we managed to do that. And I shared with you the comments that we got, the written comments that we got with regard to the December 1 sale and that fairness issue. And so even going back to when we had our operations team meeting in, I believe it was October or November, I guess it was November, recognizing that even if December 1 sale goes well, we still need to be looking down the road, because is this the best model for the long term? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. There are, even with a sale that went pretty darn flawlessly, there are unhappy people in these perceptions of fairness. And so I did ask staff to put together a team to essentially just start from scratch and look at what are the different options and frameworks that we could use for selling non-resident tags. The December 1 sale as it is, the discussion we've heard recently about just shifting entirely to controlled hunts to some sort of a hybrid for non-residents, where a lottery system that's kind of in between the controlled hunt framework and the over-the-counter things. There are a lot of different things that we can do, but this is one of the most, you thought grizzly bears were complex and all of that. This is one of the most complex things that we have, because we have statute and rule tied up in different chapters, and it directly affects outfitter allocation, which is immensely complex in its own right. And so any of these threads that we pull on, there's lots of opportunities for sleeves to fall off. And so I think that's why we have been trying to take this very thoughtful, deliberate, proactive approach to say, what are all these different alternatives that we could use? What are the implications? How do we work with the non-guided non-residents, the guided non-residents, the outfitting industry, and our residents to just strike a balance and implement something, given that right now what we've got is just this morass of rules and statutes that aren't perfectly synced, and it's going to be really difficult to try to figure out how, what all the options are, and it's going to take some time to get all the stakeholders involved there. So just wanted to let you know kind of how we're approaching this internally and where we're at. But at the same time, there is the comment that you got regarding the way that we're selling these non-resident over-the-counter tags is not the only comment that we've heard in that along those lines. And the folks that you met with and Carson, Commissioner Bobbitt, there are others out there. And so we're very actively just trying to stay ahead of this and identify good solutions going forward so that we're not just given the impression that we're just going to charge ahead with December 1 from here to eternity. Thank you.
Does that satisfy your concerns, Dave?
But there are online forums that say, here's how you game the system, where hunters are telling each other, get on multiple devices or hire somebody to go in person and stand in line for 2 days. And so it does create a sense of unfairness. So, but I'm aware of what you're working on, but we need to focus on it.
Very good. I'm glad you brought that up. I don't think anybody sitting up here thinks that it's okay, and I'll call them mules. I don't think it's okay to hire a mule to buy 8 tags for random strangers. Family members, maybe that's okay, but unless I'm speaking out of turn here, I think every one of us are probably against the mules.
Mr. Chairman, Michael, thank you for the presentation and kudos to everybody involved. The amount of complaints has gone down significantly over the last few years. So you and your team have done a great job with that. And building off of what my fellow commissioners have said up here regarding the purchase of tags, I've brought up in the past the potential of having vendors follow the same format that we're using at the regional offices, which is, a limit of 4. And if you can get more than 4, you're sent off to another one. I understand that it's not feasible to mandate to a vendor to do that. But I think that if we would strongly consider it, encouraging them to do it, it would give them an out as well. They would be able to actually say, if somebody comes in to buy 8 or 10 tags, they could say, well, you can buy 4 and then you get back in the back of the line to equal it out and to allow more people to move through the vendor system, I think would be beneficial to everybody. So I would hope that we would consider at least trying to encourage that with the vendors out there that are dealing with this mess, as are we.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I guess I would follow up if nobody else has another question, just to talk. I'm disappointed to hear about the tying the one log on to one license number being that difficult. I don't understand it. I would hate to see it take away from other potential positive programs that you may be trying to implement. But I think overall in the long term, that's going to, if we're staying with this type of system, that's going to be paramount in trying to equalize this game that everybody's playing. So thank you, Chairman.
Very good. And I particularly appreciate the director's perspective that, we don't have to be married to the way we've always done it. Maybe there is a better way, maybe we need to do it differently, and with proper humility. I appreciate we're going to look at that and examine and chart the best way forward. So I appreciate that.
Thank you,
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I have one more thing, and I just wanted to bring this up more for any out-of-state non-residents that may be listening in or watching this presentation. That a lot of times, and I think that my fellow commissioners probably received the same type of comments about, it's not fair. Go to a point system. Go to a controlled hunt system. And I would just caution them to do a little bit more research before you try to push somebody into doing something like that, because I really don't think they're going to find that to be the answer either. So anybody out there that's watching, maybe maybe do some research before you start suggesting things that you may not like in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies sparked something of interest and the over-the-counter for non-residents is unique and it's unique in Idaho too, which is cool and it's a cool opportunity. And so just to echo what Commissioner Davies, I think his intent was is we want to keep that cool opportunity that if they work for their tags, they can still get them, don't have to rely on a luck system or a draw system to where they'll have those opportunities. So I think it's a cool system. I kudos to the staff for being proactive and making sure that this is the right way because you know, I'm on their philosophy, if you're not growing, you're decreasing. And I think looking forward to other ideas is the way to go. So just it is a cool opportunity to have the over-counter tags for non-residents. So, and I recognize that. So.
That it?
I hear our direction is to stay cool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Now we get to move on to item number 7, non-resident and outfigure allocated tag use report from Tara and Rick.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. That was a great conversation that was kind of primed for this presentation as we talk about 2023 outfitter tag use. And then I'll be handing it over to Rick to talk about some longer views of resident and non-resident tag use over time. So thanks for having me this morning. So jumping in here, just before we get into some tag summaries and data summaries for outfitters, I did just want to quickly touch on how outfitters are allocated their tags each year. So Title 36 statute states that up to 25% of the non-resident quota for deer and elk tags will be set aside for outfitter allocation. And then within IDAPA, we actually have the authority to then allocate those set aside tags. I'm not going to get too in the weeds on that full allocation process, mostly because that's changing in 2025. And Rick Ward gave a pretty lengthy presentation about that back in the November 2023 commission meeting. But ultimately, general season tags, elk cap zone tags, and controlled hunt tags are allocated each year, all with a slightly different methodology. But fundamentally, between the 3 different tag types, they all use a balance of historic non-resident participation in those hunts, as well as averages of outfitter participation in those hunts over time as well. So once those tags are allocated each year, the Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board then designates those allocated tags to all licensed outfitters. Throughout the year, those outfitters can then pick up and report use on those designated tags for their contracted clients. And then that tag use is reported through our licensing system. Throughout the year, then we take all of that tag data and provide that to the Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board through some key deadline dates throughout the year. So probably the biggest deadline date with the most impacts for the outfitting community as well as the public is in July. So in mid-July, all outfitters are required to pick up their designated tags and report use. If that July deadline date passes and they have not picked up and reported use for a designated tag, that tag's forfeited for the year for that outfitter. That forfeited tag is then offered first to a small waiting list that the Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board maintains. And those folks have till August 1st to pick up those waiting list tags. Then after August 1st, any unused and unpicked up outfitter allocated tags are returned back to the non-resident quota and made available to the general public in an additional sale. So in the table that you see here on the slide, this is the 2023 allocated general season tags. And you'll see the total allocation there on the left, and the middle is the number of tags reported as used by that July-August deadline. And then the total number of unused tags, which would be the number of tags that went to that small waiting list pool, as well as back to the general public. Similarly to general season tags, there's also allocation for controlled hunt tags. They also have a reporting deadline that's in mid-September. And again, if that mid-September deadline passes and they haven't picked up those controlled hunt allocated designated tags, those are forfeited for the year. They're offered to a small list from Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board. And then they have a final deadline to pick those up. Unlike general season though, these don't get offered in a secondary sale. Those are just unused at the end of the year, should no outfitter pick them up by the deadline. But you'll notice here differently than general season as well that outfitter controlled hunt tags are more likely to be picked up. There's a much smaller proportion of these unused at the end of the year. So while those July and September reporting deadlines are pretty important for reporting outfitter allocated tag use, an outfitter can also report use on non-allocated tags, meaning if their client has their own over-the-counter personal tag or their own personal controlled hunt tag, they can report use on that if they've contracted with that client to take them out. So when reporting non-allocated tags, they can actually do that anytime throughout the year, all the way through December the 20th. So they're reporting use on tags from early in the year all the way through the end of December. So the summary as you see here on this bigger table is the sum of all of the types of reporting that an outfitter could have done in 2023. On the far left is the original allocation that was provided. That next column is the total amount and percentage of the allocated tags that were used. That next column is the non-allocated, meaning their client's own personal tag that was reported for use, and then the final summary of all use reported for those tags. So for example, allocated deer general season tags, we had 1,985 allocated at the beginning of the year. In that July-August deadline, 66% of those tags were used. All throughout the year, they reported about 200 non-allocated tags used, and at the end of the year, 1,525 deer tags were used with outfitters. So finally, just want to give a little bit of perspective on 2022 versus 2023 use reporting. It's pretty similar over time. The biggest leap we have is between 22 and 23. There's a 3% increase in deer general season allocated tag use, but otherwise we're pretty on the mark, exactly the same, if not just 1% different in 22 to 23 allocated tag use. Of course, these are all summaries of all outfitters with all of their use across the year. So I did just want to point out that there are nuances at the individual outfitter level. One outfitter could use all of their designated tags and then also report on non-allocated tags. Other outfitters could use little to none of their allocation and designation. So it is important to point out that there is some nuance here. The board as well does do tag transfers from one outfitter to another. They offer hardship tags if something happens like a large fire in their area or there's a significant health condition with one of the outfitters. So there is some plus and minus to some of this throughout the year, but I just want to note that this is a summary of everything and not necessarily a reflection of every single outfitter's use as they use it throughout the year. So hopefully this gives a general picture of how use was used throughout 2023. I'm happy to stand for questions, or I can pass the baton over to Rick to get into the nitty gritty of more tag use over time.
I just have to point out here, we get this information in front of us and we see that there's a whole bunch of return tags, I'll call them, and I realize there's different nuances between different outfitters, but I constantly hear the outfitters whining that they're not getting enough tags, and I'm getting tired of hearing that. Because when we see this, and we've done everything we can possibly do to keep the outfitters whole. Since we started the reporting through our system, we've been friends to the outfitters. I think we've treated them fairly. We're willing to work with them in the future, but some of what I see coming from their perspective is pretty caustic towards us, and that's getting kind of a bitter pill to swallow for me. I think at least it's my desire to continue to work with them, continue to try to keep them whole, and I think we've done a very good job doing that. I think it's prudent to point out, and you help me, we allocate the tags statewide. The Outfitter and Guides Licensing Board actually distributes those tags. That's not something we do. We just set the statewide and by unit. And anyway, that's just a little comment I had to make. And, you know, we're willing to work with the outfitters. Be nice to be shown a little bit of appreciation from those folks occasionally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to add to that, just a note that that 2025 change that we have in allocation did come from some really good collaboration with the outfitting community, the board, and the association. The change in that allocation will allow an outfitter to potentially increase their designation numbers a little bit differently than they can now. So I think that'll be a good balance once we get to that 2025 allocation for them to really use their tags and receive tags back a little more in line with how they're operating their business.
Yeah, my question would be if we're increasing their allocation, are we increasing total non-resident hunters in Idaho, the total? Because it's either got to come out of the existing non-resident tags or we're increasing the non-resident participation.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, not necessarily. So allocation is already inside the non-resident quota for deer and elk tags. So the set aside that we take for outfitter allocation is within the bounds that we've already set for non-resident participation. So there wouldn't be any additional non-residents on the ground necessarily. Of course.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? So I got two questions. If the allocation increases, then the DIY non-resident tags decreases, correct? Do it yourself, guys.
Not necessarily. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, there's a little bit of a formula dependent on the type of tag that it is. So a general season tag, a capped elk zone tag, and a controlled hunt tag are all allocated with a slightly different methodology. So we could get into some pretty interesting minutia on all that, but not necessarily, but also sometimes yes.
Okay. I have one question. I see the word use on this slide a lot. What is a definition of use for an outfitter to use his tags?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, use is defined as the outfitter contracting with a client and telling us that they've contracted with that client and are taking them out using a tag. So that use could be use of their allocated tag or use of a non-allocated tag, but ultimately they're taking their client out in the field. Right.
Okay. Just one more question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. How long have we had the check on the outfitters where we do it through the licenses and we track it right to either an allocated or non-allocated tag? That went into effect how many years ago?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, that was in 2021. We started collecting that through the license.
That's why we have 22 and 23 up here.
Yes.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
Ron, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tara, you mentioned that there's a certain small percentage of tags, it sounds like, that go unused if they're not picked up in the second outfitter allocation. I guess what's the reason that they're not used at all? Why wouldn't they go back into the general pool for non-residents, I guess?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, I'm going to use the worst turn of phrase that I can. That's just how we've done it. We do have authority and rule to choose to do that if we wanted to. We've just never had a mechanism to do so. And there's also never particularly been an ask for it, but not to say that we couldn't pursue that. A note though that it is a pretty small number. Those controlled hunt tags are slightly more sought after than a general season tag, so most outfitters are pretty inclined to pick those up.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, good morning. That was a great segue into the topic I have, looking at historical tag use in the state. And this is kind of based on a lot of questions we've heard, some coming directly from the commission. So we've taken a deep dive into analyzing some of those data, and in keeping with I think my reputation that I've developed, this can be a little bit complicated. So for Commissioner Harshbarger, that is apparently the reputation I have. So I will stick with that this morning. But you do have a handout. This is just it's in your box there, but it is simply just the slides that I will be presenting. So the analysis that we went with begins in 2002, runs through 2023. Over that time period, we have had 3 different license vendors, so that does complicate some things a little bit, but we felt that 2002 was really the point at which tag sales were comparable from then until through the present. And we're talking only about deer and elk tags here, and we have combined whitetail and regular deer tags for this. And everything I'm presenting over this 22-year period will be, I'm summarizing at the statewide level. So I'm going to go through a series of graphs and explain what they mean. Yeah, there's about 8 or 10 of these, but they all tell the story. So that's kind of what I'm aiming for here. So this first graph is controlled deer hunts, tags purchased or tags sold from 2002 through 2023. The gray bars represent the number of resident tags sold. Green bars are the number of non-resident tags sold. And generally speaking, with controlled hunt tags, the number of tags sold is a reflection of how many tags are available. And that's a little, I'll show in a minute here how that's a little bit different with general tags. So what we see over that time period is some fluctuation in resident tag numbers, and that kind of that reflects the number of tags available, but also reflects the deer population. So we saw deer numbers, mule deer especially, really growing. Populations growing throughout the southern part of the state up until the big winter of 2016-17, and we see a decline there. Overall, we see a modest increase in resident tags over that time period, as well as a relatively modest increase in non-resident tags. Again, a reflection of the number of tags available. One thing I would ask you to note on this graph before I move to the next one is the scale. So the top of that is 20,000 tags, which is quite a bit different than when we start talking about general over-the-counter tags. That's what this graph here represents. The red line there on the right marks the point at which the commission implemented non-resident limits at the unit level for deer. What's interesting about this graph, or what these numbers looking at just comparing 2002 to 2023, is we see an increase of about 4,000 resident general season deer hunters in that time period, with some fluctuations in between. With non-residents, we see an increase of about 3,700 general season deer. And really the primary reason behind that non-resident increase, keeping in mind statewide limit, statewide quota of 15,500 has been in place for decades. So that was around in 2002. It's around in 2023. In 2002, simply we were not selling all of the non-resident deer tags underneath that quota, even though that quota existed then. So in that time period, we've seen some fluctuations in non-resident tag sales, and then for the last few years, we've been selling out, hitting that limit. On the far right there, in the green, you see that total non-resident amount is 16,600, and I just said the statewide quota is 15,500. So how does that happen? And I'll explain that in a minute. But, we got to get a little bit more into the data to exceed that, or to explain that. Looking at percentage of non-resident hunters from 2002 to 2023, what we see, generally speaking, is that the controlled hunts in the orange on the bottom are somewhat stable. They, give or take a percentage each year, but is really relatively stable for the last 22 years. The general hunts in blue, on the other hand, bounce around quite a bit. And I think what's really interesting, and we knew this was going on at the time, but it's really interesting to see it in the percentage of non-resident participation, is the economic downturn, recession, that you can really see the number of non-resident general season deer hunters coming to Idaho, purchasing tags, from 2009 through 2014 or 15. Really took a dive. And then the opposite of that is the COVID bump that we saw in 2020, when things, everybody wanted to be outside. And then, of course, the non-resident limits, beginning with the 2021 season and the effect that that had on the general season non-resident number of tags. So you see that drop between 2020 and 2021. And we fell at 12 or 13% for the last 3 years. Moving on to elk, for controlled elk hunts, it's somewhat similar, a similar story to the controlled deer hunts. Again, a reflection of the number of tags available, which varies quite a bit over that time period. But where we started in 2002 with this analysis and where we ended, at least for residents, again in gray, is really not too far apart, surprisingly close actually. For non-residents, a relatively small percentage, but that 938 in 2002, they increased to 1,477 in 2023 is about a 50% increase. And I'll explain how that happens. If the total number of tags is about the same, how do the non-resident numbers increase? I will explain that in just a moment.
Do the non-resident tags include the non-resident outfitter allocated tags?
I'm sorry. You asked that again. I'm getting confused.
Yeah, I'm
getting
sorry.
screwed up on my presentation here. I'm pushing the wrong button. So
Yeah, does the non-resident tags in this include our outfitter allocated non-resident tags?
in the controlled, I am not totally sure if they do not in the controlled. They will in the general, and I'll dig a little bit more into that.
Where
to
most
see.
of them are.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
but yes, I will dig in. Okay, looking now at the general season for elk, I think this is one of the more interesting graphs in this presentation. Looking at non-residents first at the bottom there in the green, so you see actually a decrease overall from 12,916 non-residents to 12,166 in 2023, with variation in between for sure. And I will dig into that a little bit more in a minute. What I think is really fascinating is looking at the number of general season non-resident elk hunters. In 2002, that number was 59,678. I shouldn't say hunters, I should say tags, because those aren't exactly the same thing. But by 2023, we see that number at 71,000 or over 71,000. That's an increase of about 11,500 resident general season elk hunters over that time period, or about a 20% increase. And this does include, of course, capped elk zones as well as the uncapped elk zones. And looking at the percent non-residents in the hunts, controlled hunts at the bottom in orange, general hunts in blue at the top, and similar pattern to the deer trend, but it is the bars are a little bit farther apart. But so the increase in the number of non-residents in controlled hunts over that time period is really, I think, reflected in the percentage here. So non-residents are limited to no more than 10% in controlled hunts. There are, of course, draw hunts. So what we've seen over that time period essentially is more non-residents putting in for those controlled hunts. Generally speaking, for antlered only hunts, buck and bull hunts, we get a lot of non-residents putting in for those controlled hunts. Still limited at 10%. On the antlerless side, we see less non-resident interest in those hunts. So fewer applications and therefore fewer non-resident tags. But what we have seen over this 22-year period with elk anyway is some increase in the interest in some of those other controlled hunts. So that explains, I think, that 50% increase in the number of non-residents in controlled hunts over that time period.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, again, the same question. Does our non-resident hunters on elk, does that include our outfitter allocations?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, it does not.
Okay, so that's an addition to that and our disabled veterans and our youth hunts and all that, they're added on to that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, yes, and that is right. And so keeping in mind too, that with allocation and some of the stuff that Tara talked about, you're talking about general season hunts, controlled hunts or allocation is on top of the number of tags. But again, the pattern with the general season hunt is similar with elk as it was for deer. Pretty high numbers, dips during the recession, climbs again, and then beginning in the 2021 season and the new limits for the uncapped elk zones, we see that non-resident participation decline. So this one, this graph has a whole lot of colors on it, which I will kind of step through here. So this gets to some of Commissioner Bobbitt's questions. So this is a breakdown of non-resident tag sales for general season deer. And I'll show the same thing for general season elk. Lots of things to explain on this one. So the orange is the majority of the tags, your standard tags. And then below that, you have non-resident disabled American veteran in dark green, but only during the last 3 years. The light blue for the last 3 years is non-resident junior mentor, and then purple and non-resident lifetime. Well, prior to 2021, non-resident junior mentor, non-resident DAV, and non-resident senior hunts were all pooled together, and they were unlimited. So you see how that blue, going from left to right, how that blue band grows to over 4,600 tags by 2020. And when you add up all those different bars, you have your standard tags, the grouping of the non-resident special tags, the non-resident lifetime, and then the outfitter allocation. Not outfitter allocation, outfitter use tags. That adds up to, in 2020, to almost 20,500 tags. Well, the tags in blue are not counted against the non-resident quota. So that explains how the sum of all those tags can be more than what the non-resident quota is. So the non-resident quota is made up of, at least for the last 3 years, looking at 2021, 22, and 23. If you add the orange, which is just your standard tags, and then the light green at the bottom, your outfitter tags, those fall under the non-resident quota. Okay, just checking with Tara to make sure I'm on the right track there.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a point of clarification? So if I'm looking at this right, the green outfitter allocated tags have increased since 2021.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, and the reasoning for that is that in 2021, we limited general season hunts for non-residents by uncapped elk zone and by deer unit. That necessitated additional allocation, so that now the amount of tags that are allocated by the commission for general season hunts, it far exceeds the number of tags allocated in controlled hunts. So prior to that, there was no allocation necessary. They could just go get a tag. Okay. And I will say that the light green prior to 2021, the general season outfitter tags are that, well, first of all, thanks to Tara and Aaron Roach for doing the real data digging and interpretation in this, but the commission did not allocate tags for general seasons prior to 2021. So those numbers are basically in light green prior to 2021, our interpretation of what we thought outfitter use tags were in general season hunts. It's again, 3 different vendors that labeled some things differently, but we think we're on the right track and are confident that the trend is accurate.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, so 2021 is what we feel was the realistic outfitter usage of tags. The ones before that is that the real number? We grew from 709 to 1381.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, I I'm not gonna say that 709 is, we know for absolute certain is the right number, but yes, they definitely did grow. And again, that's because of the additional allocation or the new allocation for the general season hunts.
Okay.
That, yeah.
And the 1381, kind of going back to what we looked at before, they aren't using their whole allocation.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, this is actual tag use.
So,
Tags
yeah.
sold. So
Okay.
yes, this does include tags that are when a client brings their own tag, it can then get converted to an outfitter tag. And that would be included then in the light green, not in the orange. Anything else before I move on? I think these are really good questions, and I know this stuff is that's not the easiest graph in the world to read. So, but I think generally speaking, the trend here is the same trend we've seen. So we see tags increasing, non-resident demand, or tag purchases increasing until 2008 economic recession, then kind of grew out of that, the COVID bump in 2020, and then the implementation of the non-resident limits at the unit level, beginning with the 2021 season. Not sure if I mentioned this, but the light blue, the non-resident junior mentor, beginning in 2021, that was broken out from that kind of pooled non-resident tags prior to 2021, but the non-resident DAV was limited or is limited. That began with the 2021 season. It was unlimited prior to that. So I think that's one of the reasons you can see such a dramatic drop from the 4618 in 2020 down to, well, two numbers, but the sum of those is quite a bit smaller. So a lot of that growth we were seeing came from that those non-resident carve-out tags.
Am I correct what I'm seeing here from 2020 to 2023, 20,452 to 16,600? That's like 19% reduction. So in fact, we have reduced participation by non-residents from 2020 to 2023.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that is correct. And you know, what I think is really interesting is we talk a lot about the statewide quota, the 15,500 deer tags, and you know, in 2020, you know, we were still coming in underneath that 15,500. If you add the orange and the light blue together, it's the ones in between that really contributed a lot to that overall number of almost 20,500. So limiting the non-resident DAV and teasing those tags apart has contributed that. As you know, I put the numbers up on those graphs too, or on the bars to help clarify some of that. So even looking at just the non-resident standard tags, you know, we're looking at about 14,800 in 2020 down to 13,300. So in 2023. So yeah, we definitely saw a change in those tag sales across that time period.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I have one more question. The non-resident junior tags, they don't count against the statewide quota, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, they do count. They do not count. They count. So they count a capped elk zone. They would count against the cap, but they do not count against the statewide.
Okay, and okay, I think that answers my question for now.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, please ask more questions too. It might take Tara to answer them, but yeah. Okay, if we're ready to move on, I will talk about elk now, which really overall looks very similar to deer. Again, the dip in the middle and then climbing out of it, and then the drop beginning with the 2021 season. Again, so the statewide quota for elk is 12,815. Again, prior to 2021, did go above the statewide limit again, and that can be attributed to that pool of carve out tags in the light blue there. And since 2021, even when all those tags are pooled together, we're still below the statewide quota. although the non-resident DAV and non-resident junior mentor do not count against that. Any questions on this one before I move on? Okay, so I'm going to show a little bit about outfitter use and allocation for controlled hunts. And these are my last two slides, so we'll be out of your misery here soon. But Commissioner Bobbitt, I know that you had asked this question when we were in Lewiston about the number of allocated tags and for controlled hunts. So this is controlled season deer. We did not, or the department and the commission did not allocate any controlled hunt tags prior to 2000. That was the first year that tags were allocated for controlled hunts. 1998 was the first allocated capped elk zone, the low elk zone. So those first 2 years, there was no reported outfitter use, and then that began picking up in 2003. What's interesting here is the orange on top, those are non-residents, and green on the bottom are residents. The blue line is the actual outfitter allocation. So most of the time, the actual tag use is right up there at or near the allocation. There's a notable jump between 2017 and 2018. That was a year that we changed, or the commission changed a few hunts in the backcountry units 26 and 27 that were general season over-the-counter tags. Those were converted to unlimited controlled hunts, and that necessitated additional allocation to keep outfitters whole in that outfit in those units. So that's why you see that jump of in both in tags allocated and in tags used. In 2021, you can see, and a little bit, I guess, in 2022, you can see that the number of tags used exceeds the allocation. That is simply clients who bring their own tags. And you'll see it more with elk here. And looking at elk controlled hunts and outfitter use and allocation, similar pattern. Allocation began in 2000, no use those first 3 years, and then it started picking up. Does bounce around a little bit. Again, that's, controlled allocation is tied to a parent hunt. So as those parent hunt changes, oftentimes the allocation will change as well. I think two interesting things on this graph. For 2021 through 2023, we see quite a bit of outfitter use that's above the allocation. Again, that's clients who bring their own tags. But what's also surprising and interesting is the increase in the number of residents, resident outfitter use for those 3 years. But yeah, just some things that stand out to me. So with that, commissioners, that is all I have. So if I will gladly stand for questions as long as Tara doesn't leave.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I'd like to compliment you on preparing these reports because all of us as commissioners deal with residents that talk about this exponential growth of non-residents. And this really gives us the proof, but thank you for putting this together. Excellent job. I don't know who all was involved. I tried to give Michael credit this morning and he said, no, it wasn't me. And anyway, this is wonderful. And it's exactly what I need when I'm talking to some resident sportsmen in Idaho. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, thank you. Tara Reichert and Aaron Roach are the people who deserve thanks. I just pick out the colors. One thing I will add, and I have more information on this because I kind of start getting into this information or digging through these data, and it gets pretty interesting. But one thing I did look at also was the percentage of hunters or the percentage of tag purchasers that actually hunt. So that's comparing our hunter estimates from our MHR data to this data with the tag sales. And so when you're having those conversations, one thing to keep in mind is we do see, when we're talking just about tags sold, the number of non-residents or non-resident participation on those tags is highest for controlled hunts and then second for general hunts. And they're usually 90 to 95% of the tags sold are hunted on. For residents, it's a little bit lower than that. So for controlled hunts, it's usually 85 to 90% of residents who purchase a controlled hunt tag hunt on that. And for general hunts, it varies quite a bit, but it can dip down as low as, we've seen some that are as low as 80%, but usually around 85%. So tag sales, tags purchased is not exactly the same thing as hunters on the ground, but they are very strongly correlated.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Ron?
Rick, could you back up a couple slides to the non-resident tags by type, general season elk? I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around the change between 2020, 2021 on the size of the blue line to in 2020, the 2645, and then all of that significantly decreases. What kind of limitations were put in place that caused that that significant decrease?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, I can answer part of that, then I might have to defer to Tara, but the non-resident DAV for elk was limited at 300. It was 500 for deer. And I think that's what I knew. There we go.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, exactly. The Disabled American Veteran DAV tags saw the most significant change. They're all lumped into the light blue there originally because we sold those tags kind of in lump sum with juniors as well, because they were kind of, for lack of a better phrase, a free-for-all tag. They were unlimited, anyone could get them. Beginning in 2021, specifically DAV was limited to a much lower quantity of 300 for elk. So that's that big jump there.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, yes, that was due to the additional allocation for uncapped elk zone. So prior to 2021, like the deer units, there was no allocation. We didn't need any allocation because an outfitter or a client could just go get a tag as long as it was still underneath the statewide limit of 12,815. But when those limits were put in place, then because that triggered the need to allocate. So that's why you see the big jump in allocation beginning in 2020. So, one thing to keep in mind, I think while we're looking at this graph, we talk a lot about tags going, additional allocation and historical use and how all that plays out. Well, the simple visual of that on this graph is as the light green gets bigger, the orange gets smaller. Those are the ones that apply to that non-resident limit. And and that's everything is done at the zone, the uncapped zone or unit level. Yeah, that's the general rule of thumb there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to follow up on Commissioner Bobbitt's comment, I agree. This is so valuable to see the historical perspective of non-resident hunting in Idaho. And I think there is a narrative that we just keep seeing more and more people. And you look back and it isn't that way. When I do have that conversation with folks, I do acknowledge one thing. I think it's important that we all keep it in mind that while the overall numbers of hunters hasn't changed immensely in Idaho, the distribution of hunters certainly has. So we have, particularly with elk, vast swaths of real estate that used to absorb thousands of elk hunters that have very few elk hunters in them now. And so that combined with loss of access to private land, I think we do need to acknowledge that hunting distribution on the landscape has changed, even though the total number of hunters is roughly the same.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This may be a Tara question, but how do we verify the use that is actually being used? Is there a mechanism for that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, you're talking about verified outfitter use?
Yes, sir.
That is all reported to us. All right, so you're talking about, well, from 2021 to current, those are all reported. So there's the December 20th reporting deadline.
Yeah.
If they want credit for outfitting on a tag, then that needs to be reported back to us, and it's either verified or certified depending on the tag type.
Okay, thank you.
I don't feel like that answered your question very well.
And just so I'm clear, when an outfitter reports use on a tag, that is that they went and hunted, not necessarily that they harvested.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Yes, this is, and this, again, these are actually tags sold. So this is not related to any of our mandatory harvest reporting information, where we estimate hunter numbers and harvest and all of that. This is, I did compare the two to look at that participation rate over time, and so yeah, that's comparing an estimate with a count, but these are counts of tags.
Anyone else? That's probably the thing I hear the most is, like Jim said, too many non-residents, and that seems to be what a lot of residents think, though the facts may not necessarily bear that out. Maybe a different distribution, but my personal opinion going forward is we need to take a realistic look at reducing non-residents further. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying we should do it, but I think we should look at it. Maybe we need to.
Thank you.
And now we get to have a blazing discussion on legislative and rulemaking.
Mr. Chairman, usually going into rulemaking is a little taxing, but after that, I'm feeling pretty calm. That was actually great and a great segue into part of the conversation I'll be having with you for a very brief moment. I don't have any fancy graphs or presentations. I gave that to you yesterday, so I'll reference that just briefly. I'm in front of you today for an update on rulemaking. The task of legislative analysis and updates has been moved over to Miss Ellery Tucker Williams, who, as we saw yesterday, is very capable. So I'm very excited about that. In the future, you will see the rulemaking updates and the legislative updates done separately. For this instance, we had it combined. So she'll follow after me. I'll tag out and she'll tag in. The department's pending rules adopted by the commission in November for this session have been reviewed by the Senate Resources and Environment Committee. These rules, as you remember, included Chapter 4, which is Section 500, the rules governing licensing. This was a non-resident deer and elk tag outfitter set aside. Chapter 6, which is rules governing classifications and protections of wildlife. Chapter 8, Section 406, which is the rules governing the taking of big game animals, special weapons season muzzleloader. Chapter 11, which is the rules governing fish. Chapter 12, which is the rules governing commercial fishing, and Chapter 15, which is the rules governing the use of dogs. The Senate committee held the muzzleloader section and passed the remaining rules out of committee. All the past rules are scheduled for hearing in House Resources and Conservation on February 4th. Sorry, I think that's February 7th. I apologize. February 7th. As mentioned yesterday, the rules will need to pass in both bodies through concurrent resolution before becoming final and effective. In front of you today are the next scheduled rule chapters for zero-based regulation, or ZBR. At this time, I'm looking for just an okay or a head nod to move forward. And as you recall, the ZBR process is a directive by the governor to continue on the efforts around the repeal or simplification of rules in order to reduce or remove a regulatory burden. For calendar year 2024, the department would like to get your approval to move forward on a full review of Chapter 8, which is, again, the rules governing the taking of big game animals. And this includes things such as bag and possession limits, tags and permits, controlled hunt applications, special weapons season, motorized hunting rule, amongst various others. It is a very big chapter and a big undertaking. Chapter 16 is the rules governing trapping of wildlife and taking of fur-bearing animals. And then chapter 17, which is the rules governing the use of bait for hunting big game animals. And this applies to individuals who use bait or traps for hunting big game. Additionally, the governor's office has agreed to let us begin work on chapter 4. That was actually scheduled for the following year. However, we asked if we could engage in rulemaking on chapter 4. And this is the rules governing licensing. And this is really due to what has been discussed several times now around the non-resident component that is in both of those chapters, as the director had referenced and mentioned, getting together and getting all of that evaluated. And there's big pieces in each of those chapters of rules around that component. So we've been given permission to also explore chapter 4. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions and look for a head nod to move forward with rulemaking for 2024.
Thank you very much. You do a wonderful job for us. Anyone? Questions? So would there be any objections to requesting that we move these forward in the next ZBR zero-based regulation? Is that right? If we ask her to proceed on this endeavor? No objections? You got it.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not that tall. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, other commissioners, Director Fredericks. I placed in your box over the break a copy of our legislation tracker spreadsheet. In this spreadsheet, you will find key information on legislation we are currently tracking, including bill number, title, status, and commission action. This is constantly being updated to keep you current on where things are at any point during the legislative process. This obviously is a living document and will be provided to you via email as well as it is updated. Currently, there are two bills of interest, House Bill 404 and Senate Bill 1231. Additionally, in front of you is analysis for House Bill 404. Stemming from concerns expressed by sportsmen's groups around fair chase and hunter harassment, Representative Petsky approached Fish and Game and worked collaboratively with the agency to develop the introduced bill language. As described, this legislation adds a section to 74-108 of Idaho Code that would give Fish and Game and other public agencies the ability to deny public records requests that identify telemetry frequencies, remote camera locations, or precise or specific location of any individual terrestrial wildlife, including but not limited to global positioning system, telemetry, or remote camera data. The intent is to prevent individuals from obtaining the precise location of wildlife through the public records request for purposes of unfair chase, hunter harassment, or other inappropriate issues. As written, this bill does not apply to records identifying aggregate or otherwise generalized location of individual terrestrial wildlife or populations. For example, like heat maps related to migration routes or corridors. Excluding endangered species location data, under current Idaho public records law, public agencies do not have the ability to deny public records requests regardless of the intent of the requests or the sensitivity of the data. Many Western states, including Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and others, currently have similar language to give their respective agencies discretion in releasing specific location data for wildlife. Should House Bill 404 be enacted, it would likely cut down on staff time currently being occupied by onerous and possibly nefarious public records requests involving large quantities of exact location data for a variety of terrestrial wildlife species. Additionally, it would improve Fish and Game's ability to effectively manage wildlife populations when sharing the exact location data would be counter to conservation or management efforts. Lastly, it would demonstrate Idaho's commitment to fair chase ethic and bring Fish and Game in line with many Western states in providing a level of protection for sensitive wildlife location data. And with that, I'll stand for questions specific to House Bill 404.
Questions, gentlemen? I need a little help here, Kathleen. So we take a position on a bill. Do we normally do a motion to do that? So
That it either be a motion that the commission support the particular legislation or to not oppose the particular legislation. It does not take action from the commission to take no position. That's the starting point you have in the absence.
Okay, and if I'm understanding here today, you're recommending that we ask you to testify and that we take a position of support. Is that what you're asking of us?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I'll go ahead and move that we take a position of support and request that the department provide technical background for any.
I'll
I'd
second
second
that,
that.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Moved and seconded to take a position of support and to offer technical support. Is that the same as testify?
Mr. Chairman, the staff interpretation of if the commission moves to support legislation that has direction to testify in support of the legislation. And as well as what the staff does as a matter of course, which is also provide technical information relative to legislation.
Okay, does that work for everybody? Any more discussion? So help me out here. We had a motion and a second, right? Someone second that? Yeah, okay. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Next is Senate Bill 1231. This is the bill that we heard in Senate Resources Committee yesterday ahead of Chairman Ebert's confirmation. If you recall, the stated intent of the bill is to make any person with outstanding fines for violations of Title 36 ineligible for any hunting, fishing, or trapping license, tag, or permit. The department spoke with the sponsor and expressed some concerns related to a misalignment of the intent of the bill and the introduced language specific to restitution fines and implementation challenges. As a result of that committee hearing, Senate Bill 1231 was placed on general orders for amendment in which the sponsor was instructed to work with Senator Schroeder to bring back an amended version of the bill in which expressed concerns were addressed. With that, I will stand for questions.
Questions?
The department recommends that the commission take a position of monitor for Senate Bill 1231 and reserve the ability to reassess its position once an amended version of the bill is made available for review.
Considering that we monitor everything all the time anyway, really, does that require action?
So consistent with what I mentioned earlier is this would be something until you have in front of you the known language of the bill. It does not require commission action to monitor, but that direction without objection would be for staff to monitor that and bring it back once language changes are known.
Okay, so any objections to requesting the monitor of these bills? Okay, you're good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and that is all that I have.
Thank you. Number 9, implementation of electronic salmon and steelhead permits. Tara and John.
Good morning again. Hey, got another tag team presentation this morning for you to announce a pretty exciting new project that IDFG staff's been working on. I'm not talking about outfitters or December 1st, so I'm very excited to be speaking to you this morning. So I'll be discussing the implementation of electronic salmon and steelhead permits, which would allow an angler to e-tag or e-report their harvest through the Go Outdoors Idaho mobile app. I'll then hand it off to John Casanelli, who's going to discuss how anglers could use this in the field and what this means for fisheries management. So what is e-tagging? It's the ability for a hunter or angler to electronically tag or notch their harvest while in the field. IDFG is implementing this option for salmon steelhead permits so that anglers can immediately head to the water after purchasing without needing to wait for a paper permit to arrive in the mail. And they can immediately e-tag as soon as they harvest instead of pulling out a pen and paper, finding their location code while they're on the water. The option to e-tag has been implemented in a number of eastern and western states for big game and fish harvest. All of those states reporting really successful use of the program and the data that's received. Oregon recently went live with their salmon fishery, and we've been working with them pretty closely to follow their lessons learned since they have some really recent experience with what we're trying to also implement here. Florida, Virginia, Tennessee, and a number of eastern states are also doing this for most of their big game harvest reporting. And again, really successful in those areas. And there's plenty of other states doing this, from anything for pheasant harvest to deer harvest to elk harvest. So pretty successful use in a lot of other states. So we're not pioneering this by any means. We're following suit with a lot of other states and aligning what a lot of hunters have expected for electronic use in the field. So based on all the success in other states, Fish and Game has decided to pilot the e-tagging program with salmon steelhead permits. We're targeting an April 1st launch for this year. IDFG staff's been discussing this and building out features of this since early in 2023. This included some pretty extensive conversation with our licensed vendor, Brandt, who's actually building out the features in our Go Outdoors Idaho mobile app. But also internally, we created a really robust working group with licenses, fisheries, enforcement, our communication staff, regional staff, and the director's office, all kinds of folks, so that we really ensured that we captured the breadth of needs for both the department and the public when we implement this. As we get closer to April launch, we have a pretty well-rounded communications rollout plan. As early as perhaps this afternoon, we could have a new IDFG webpage specific to frequently asked questions about this. Shout out to Ben Beery for getting that up, and the rest of the communication staff that's been involved in that. We're also planning a pretty fair number of email and social media campaigns. We'll be doing a lot of internal communication to make sure all of our FAQs are being updated as we get new questions from the public. But we should have a pretty often touch point with the public and staff on how this is getting rolled out before April. We're also planning to do some staff internal testing as this feature is getting developed within the app, so that when April happens, our staff have had hands on it. They know how to troubleshoot it. They know how to tell anglers what to do in the field, and we'll be really ready for a successful launch in April. So beginning in April, when this launches, when an angler logs in to purchase a salmon steelhead permit, they'll be prompted to choose either the electronic permit, which will allow for the e-tagging, or they can continue to choose a traditional paper permit and continue with the normal pen and paper route in the field. We're not requiring anyone to move to this. It's purely optional at this point. And anyone that prefers that paper route is welcome to continue that. The option for electronic or paper will be available anywhere that you can purchase a salmon steelhead tag. So if you log in online through your phone, or if you're at a regional office or a vendor location, all those options will be presented to you. One thing I need to point out though is if an angler chooses a paper route or an electronic route, that's the route that they have for the year. So a couple reasons behind that. One is to make sure we're not inadvertently offering more opportunity than one permit offers. If you happen to have an electronic permit and a paper permit, that could lead to someone misunderstanding that there's only so many that you can harvest each year. But I specifically call that out for our launch in April, to note that anyone that's bought a salmon steelhead permit so far in 2024 would be in that paper route until 2025. We know that might be a little bit of a sticking point, particularly for our sportsman's package holders that like to purchase early, that they won't necessarily have this option immediately, but we're excited for folks to pilot it in 24, and then everyone will be ready to use this if they like in 2025. So I know there's probably plenty of questions for us at this point, but I'm actually going to pause and hand it over to John Casanelli, who's going to talk about how this is a little, how this will be used in the field and fisheries management, and then we'll both be ready for questions for you at the end.
Thank you, Tara.
Thanks, Tara. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. So I'm going to cover the specifics of the fisheries side of this implementation. And I guess before I do that, wanted to acknowledge the work that Chris Sullivan's done. He's our anadromous fisheries coordinator, and had he not had some travel scheduled prior to this meeting, he'd be the one up here covering this for you guys, as he's kind of taken the lead on the fisheries side of helping implement this, and will continue to do so. So some of this is a little bit of reiteration of what Tara's already covered, but I wanted to quickly touch on the convenience aspect of implementing this technology. So this is going to be an easier process for validating a salmon or steelhead permit. You think of the way the system's set up now, where you have your paper tag, thermal paper that's tough. You need to notch that tag. So you need to have a sharp knife or a pair of scissors with you on the river. You also need to physically write in the date of harvest and the river location, which requires you to have a reference to the river codes or know the river codes of where you're fishing. And so it works. It's worked for a long time, but there are some inconveniences with having to do that, or you need to kind of understand that system. And so with e-tagging, basically the date and time of your harvest is auto-generated. You're using an app. Your phone knows what the date and time is. You don't have to fill that in. There's drop-down menus based on where you're fishing to help you better choose your river section. So you're not trying to compile or look at a whole list of river sections by state. And so it's a little easier user experience there. A confirmation number is issued for each tagged fish, which will be convenient for a multitude of reasons that I can talk a little bit more about in a minute. And then there's also the offline permit validation. So that's one of the main questions that came out of this. Is a lot of our salmon fisheries are pretty remote. They're down in the bottom of canyons. You don't have cell coverage. So if you don't have cell coverage and you're trying to validate a fish, what's that mean if you get checked by an officer? The app will work and allow you to validate a harvest, store all that information. If you get checked by an officer, it's in the app. And then once you return to cell phone coverage, that information all gets uploaded to the system and is available for other uses. So I'm going to move on to the fishery management benefits, and there's three main areas I'll talk about here. So again, the main role of this new technology is to add a convenience feature for our hunters and anglers going forward where we implement this. But there's side benefits to that are going to help us better manage these fish. And so I think you guys are well aware that specifically our spring, summer Chinook salmon management is some of the most complex, real-time, intense management that we do of our fisheries because we manage to a harvest share. Those are highly high public involvement in those fisheries. There's a lot of harvest in a short period of time. And so we're routinely monitoring those fisheries and making kind of on the fly management decisions. And this technology is going to help with that. It's going to increase our efficiencies, our precision, and it'll help us make more timely estimates. And so I'll cover each of these in a little more detail individually. So fish monitoring efficiencies. The big one for us is that it will eventually result in a reduction in creel monitoring. So right now, the way our fisheries are set up, specifically our spring, summer Chinook fishery, those require intense creel monitoring by our staff. So that's on the ground monitoring where we have field crews out on the river multiple days a week, driving up and down the river and interviewing anglers to estimate what our catch is. That work is inherently dangerous. You're traveling a lot of times in the winter months on narrow roads, stopping in pullouts. There's just a lot of cost and risk associated with having a small army of seasonal staff on the ground traveling around on windy, narrow winter roads to interview anglers. That's not going to totally go away, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We still need to do some level of creel to sort of validate this electronic tool, but it's going to be greatly reduced. And then the other big one is when you're doing creel, you're collecting all that data in the field on paper. You need to go back to the office. You need to enter all that data. There's processing time and there's a delay between data collection and when we have estimates of harvest. That is also greatly reduced when a lot of that data is being collected electronically for you by the angler. So I mentioned increased precision for harvest estimates. So the other piece that e-tagging does for you is it gives you continuous sampling. Every time an angler harvests a fish, returns to cell phone coverage, and that harvest is uploaded to the system, that's real-time data that we're collecting. We're not reliant on, a 2, 3, 4 day a week real snapshot of harvest and then having to go enter that data. So it's continuous sampling across time. I mentioned earlier, these anadromous fisheries can be very intense and short-term. Any of you that fish for salmon and steelhead have all heard they should have been here yesterday, or you hear about the guy that went the day after you and caught a bunch of fish. These fisheries are very variable in success. And so in the creel format where you're out there maybe 2, 3 days a week, you might miss some of those really hot days, or you might show up on a really hot day And the way the model works, you assume a lot of the days prior and after were similar, had similar success. This continuous sampling across time gives us a more accurate snapshot and enables us to capture those ebbs and flows in the fisheries. We're able to estimate total harvest based on the ratio of e-tags to paper tags being used. That's getting a little bit more down into the weeds of the math, and I don't want to bog it down. There's some behind the scenes stuff that goes on that's similar to some of the mark recapture design that we use for estimating fish populations, where you have an initial pool of e-tagged fish. When you go out on the ground and do the creel and you actively see how many fish are being e-tagged that you encounter through the creel, you can then do some math to estimate how many fish are actually being harvested using e-tagging, and then you can look at the ratio of your e-tags to your paper tags and come up with a total harvest estimate. Probably a little more detail than you needed, but that's sort of how this works. And then the other key one that I'll talk about with steelhead is right now we do some in-season monitoring for steelhead, but the bulk of our steelhead harvest estimate occurs from postseason surveys. That was traditionally called the phone survey back when we'd physically call people up and randomly select steelhead anglers to call up and survey. Now that's more done through email and hard mail, but it's still a postseason survey. And in the long run, this technology will replace having to wait till postseason to get our steelhead harvest estimates. I have mentioned the more timely estimation of harvest. We're not limited now to this weekly creel estimate to where we're on Monday and Tuesday, we get an updated estimate, and then we're scrambling to decide if we need to close a fishery down based on approaching our harvest share. We can get that information more timely and have a little bit more wiggle room and time to make those decisions. And I just previously mentioned we're not limited to postseason for steelhead. There are some ancillary benefits to this technology that will better allow us to look at things like distribution of harvest among anglers, angler demographics. So now we've always collected this data, but it's been really hard to capture because it wasn't electronic. And so now we can look at a certain fishery and using the e-tag data, get a better idea on where people are coming from to fish there, where within that fishery they're harvesting fish, when they're harvesting fish, link some of that data to environmental variables. And it's just going to better able our biologists to manage these fisheries a little more efficiently. And the last piece I'll mention, so we are in the final year of our rule cycle, 3-year rule cycle for fisheries 2024. You guys will be hearing from us later in the year on a proposal for you to approve the next round of 2025 to 2027 fishing rules. And so all of this e-tagging technology and language will be included in that next 3-year rule cycle for your review. And with that, Tara and I would be happy to take any questions you all have.
I don't know if maybe you're the one to ask this question, but from what I understood previously, this was a good place to try this and possibly a precursor to big game electronic tagging.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. The idea is that this is a pilot program. Obviously, we want to make sure that this is a viable option for Idaho anglers. A lot of our anglers are also hunters, so kind of putting our toe in the water, so to speak, to make sure that this is something that our residents and visitors are truly interested in. Yes, this is the program we thought it would best fit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John and Tara, holy smokes, I mean, ease of use going up, that to me equals increased compliance too, which I think is really important to note. Timely creel data, and then what I appreciate more than all is just an increase in employee safety. We've all been on those roads. If you don't have to be on them, then good. So if you're reducing risk, appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, John, so can you speak a little bit about I'm having a hard time grasping the electronic tags versus the paper tags, particularly in this first year. How are you going to determine harvest share off of real-time data on the electronic tag with the paper data? Is that by creel surveys that you're going to be able to keep up on that and keep an eye on that?
Correct. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, so I probably didn't do a really good job of also mentioning that we're going to kind of be phasing into this technology. And so for year one, we plan to fully implement our standard creel that we've always implemented alongside the e-tagging tool. to kind of help validate that. The technology exists in states like Oregon and other states are already using full e-tagging implementation. But in the long run, to get at your question, you will always have a component of on the ground creel that has to occur to sort of validate the technology. It'll be way reduced from what we currently do now. But those folks that are on the ground that are still interviewing anglers are capturing or allowing us to know how many anglers are truly using e-tagging and how many anglers are truly using the paper tags, because they're asking you which technology you're using when they talk to you on the river with your fish. And then it's basically using that ratio to then come up with your total harvest within a fishery.
Thank you very much. It's exciting. Look forward to it. Number 10, updating Fish and Game's policy on online customer data. Ian?
Okay, thank you, Chairman Ebert, Director Fredericks, and Commissioners. My name is Ian Malapi. I am the Marketing Program Manager in the Communication Bureau for the department. Today, I'll be updating the Commission on our online privacy policy. This is for information purposes only, and in case you get any questions from the public. So first, what is a privacy policy? Privacy policy is a legal document that discloses how an organization collects, uses, discloses, and manages data gathered in its operations. It exists for legal compliance and can be used as evidence to defend an organization in a legal case if one occurs. More importantly, it shows people who you interact with that you take privacy seriously and are transparent in how you store and use their personal information. In the absence of any comprehensive federal legislation, U.S. organizations must continually manage their privacy practices to keep stride with the evolving landscape of privacy concerns and data management best practices. So here are a couple of examples of privacy policy updates, something you may have seen as a consumer. Two are from government organizations. We've got the recreation.gov as well as the University of Idaho, and one from a private organization, Peloton. As you can see in the top left example, the recreation.gov, by looking at the revised date, these policies are organic. They evolve over time as technology changes and potentially as laws evolve as well. And then the other two examples are privacy notifications you, again, may have seen as a consumer. One includes a website, which is the University of Idaho. There's an acknowledgement there at the bottom, or in the Peloton example, on an app where you would accept and acknowledge that as well. Email notifications are also a best practice. So second, why is an update needed? The current landscape of privacy policy is changing quickly and largely driven by public concerns for increased privacy and transparency. So the state of Idaho has a statewide policy. It's managed by the Idaho Technology Authority, also known as ITA, and they require that all agencies implement this policy. However, knowing that a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't always provide the best service, they've also developed an exemption process for agencies to communicate their unique needs. So after further review of the statewide ITA policy and comparing that with the department's funding model, our products, our services, web applications, and use of service providers, we identified that their statewide policy does not reflect all the tools and the data processing that we've invested in to run the business of Fish and Game. And so an update will provide increased transparency for our unique tools and services to our customers. So for example, the statewide policy does not cover the data involved in our unique licensing system or the associated app. And similarly, there are contractors and web applications that would benefit from improved transparency, such as our email providers, which is GovDelivery and Braze, but also the web applications that we use
to gather public input and volunteer management. So we've also added the information for continued use of Google Analytics, which is on our website, which helps us monitor website performance and increase and find better ways to optimize our customer experience. In summary, a privacy policy updates and cleans up areas that are not clearly identified in the ITA policy for how IDFG collects, uses, discloses, and manages data in our day-to-day operations. And it also provides customers more control on how that information can be managed. So third, who is involved and what have we been doing? So the department staff has worked closely with Deputy Attorney General Kathleen Trevor to develop the Fish and Game policy and applied for an ITA exemption on November 1st, 2023. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Nicole Coleman. She's been instrumental in helping us accomplish this as well. Nicole, right here, is our Associate Marketing Manager. She joined the department in September of 2022. She'd previously actually managed Idaho Fish and Game's marketing account with a local marketing agency, but also brings extensive brand protection experience in her work at Mark Monitor. So I just wanted to say thank you to Nicole specifically, as well as Kathleen. We would not have been able to get this done as thoroughly or as quickly as we have had we not had their expertise. So next steps. On December 15th, 2023, ITA did grant Idaho Fish and Game with a conditional exemption subject to final approval by ITA at its March 2024 meeting. ITA stated that they are also committed to building trust and credibility with citizens, and your policy exemption appears to do that by building transparency in the data Idaho Fish and Game collects on their website. So the next steps are, with provisional approval from ITA, staff has been working on a communication plan to notify the public of the upcoming update to the policy. ITA has recommended that we start implementation immediately, knowing that final approval will come at their March meeting. And the communication planning has begun and is currently underway. We plan on rolling this out in late February. And this communication plan will serve as a template for us to provide future updates as the privacy landscape and potentially laws necessitate. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Lunchtime, right on time.
So is lunch here? Okay, we're gonna break for lunch. You guys think you need an hour? Come back at 1. All right, we'll recess and come back at 1 o'clock. All right, welcome back, everyone. We'll reconvene here and I understand Tricia is out today, so we'll rely on Shane Roberts for the chronic wasting disease update.
Afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, Director. I'm going to do my best to fill in for Tricia today, but all the kudos for the data that I'm going to present and the info I'm going to present is to her and Stacy Duwalter, our Wildlife Health Lab Coordinator. So today what I'm going to give you is just an overview update of where we're at with statewide CWD surveillance and actions since the last commission meeting that have been taken throughout the state and in our CWD management area. The map here that you see on your screens on the right to walk you through that, the gray areas along the Montana and Wyoming border are our focal sampling areas every year, because that's honestly where we, excuse me, where we expected CWD to walk across our border, not necessarily in Unit 14. There's also a group of GMUs in the state that we rotate annually, our sampling focus. And those are in the south central units depicted here between units 39, 50, and 53, that triangle there. That was the focal sampling area for this year. And then of course now, because of the CWD management area around 14 and 15, we have instituted a focal sampling area in units bordering those units as well. That's all said to clarify that these are just our focal areas. We certainly accept and process samples from anywhere in the state. So to jump right into what we've collected to date this year, and by this year, anytime I say that going through this, I mean from July 1 of 23 until now. So a little bit broader than just the hunting season. A total of about 3,800 samples have been collected. And this, I guess to walk you through the top here, you're going to see several numbers pop up here. Total means total number of samples we've collected. Not detected means negative for CWD. Detected means positive. And pending means those are still at the lab and we haven't heard yet. So total statewide about 3,800. You can see that only about 120 are still pending. So we're pretty close to saying we can wrap up this hunting season sampling. We have detected 7 new positive animals in the state. 6 of those were from the traditional hot zone, if you will, around Slate Creek in GMU 14. Those were all from whitetail deer. And then as you heard at our last meeting, the 7th one is a new detection in a new unit south of GMU 14, right near the border of units 23 and 32A. And that was in an adult mule deer buck. And just for reference here, and we'll circle back to it later, but you can see the number of samples collected in and around that unit 23 detection and the units around it is what's depicted there on the bottom of that table. And I guess I should have led off with, don't feel like you have to study all of this. There's a handout that'll be coming to you after this that summarizes all of these data tables for your reference later. So to wrap up a summary of the total number of CWD positive animals we've detected to date in Unit 14, we've had the 1 elk, 8 mule deer, and 46 whitetail deer for a grand total of 55 animals. And what you see in the map here is color coding by year of those animals, not by species. So the yellow ones were the first year of detection, 2021. 2022, there's a lot more blue dots, and you may recall the reason for the higher number of blue dots is because of last year's control action in the Slate Creek area, where that targeted harvest was, and that's why we have so many more detections in that year. And then the red dots are this year's new detections. As far as what this means for prevalence, or the portion of the population that we estimate to have the disease. You may recall our very first estimate in whitetail deer in 2021 was right at 2%. That was a little bit higher last year, 3.4%. And then this year to date, it's slightly lower than that at 1.4%. I will say that if you're interested in things like confidence intervals and statistical significance, these numbers aren't truly different. We can't say statistically that there was actually a lowering of prevalence, but it's still trending in the right direction. Mule deer, similar story. We had a 1.8% prevalence estimate in 2021, 1.2 in 2022, and we did not detect any positive mule deer this year in GMU 14. So the asterisk there, again, based on statistics, we can't say there's none. We can say that we're 95% sure that the prevalence in mule deer is less than 2% with the sample size we had to estimate that. Okay, a little bit of ongoing actions. Now this is specific to the CWD management zone. So GMUs 14 and 15. Clearwater region staff have done two different aerial surveys in the area this year. First in December, throughout the state, we do mule deer composition surveys, and they did that in GMU 14. The idea with those surveys is not to count every deer that's there, it's to get at the composition of the herd, the buck-doe fawn ratios. So, but as part of that, even though they didn't count every deer, they did fly the subunit that is right in Slate Creek. And this is kind of a summary of what they saw. They counted 88 mule deer. They don't specifically count whitetail deer during these mule deer comp surveys, but they did observe over 100 whitetails especially on the private land in the Slate Creek area. So just a summary to let you know, there are still deer in Slate Creek. They just finished, as of yesterday, I understand, mule deer abundance survey for in Unit 14. So the difference between those two surveys, the abundance survey is the full census survey. That's where we're trying to estimate the entire deer population. Just finished it yesterday, so I don't have those numbers for you yet. And then as you well know, with the control action last year is mainly focused on the 2 deer species and not on elk. So, but we know there's a segment of that elk population that winters in the Slate Creek drainage, can be as high as 1,000 animals. So that's something we want to learn more about, like where do those elk move to, and is that a potential vector for the disease moving out of the Slate Creek drainage? Even though prevalence in almost all documented case across the West is much lower in elk. That's why we're focused on deer. But it'd still be helpful to understand those movements. So we are in the process of hanging a few GPS collars on the elk wintering in the Slate Creek drainage this year. Moving on to a proposed action, similar to last year's control action, staff would like to move forward with another control action this year in that targeted area in and around Slate Creek. So it would be Slate Creek itself, which on the map is where the majority of the dots are there. And last year's control action went north up to about McKenzie Creek. You could probably make that out on the map. And then the next major drainage south as well, John Day Creek. And then a few animals across the river in units 13 and 18. This year's proposed control action would be similar to that, but possibly slightly further north. Because as you see, we had another detection a little further north this year. So staff would like to get some more samples a little bit further north, but still a targeted area focused around Slate Creek. All other aspects of it would be very similar to what happened last year, a collaborative effort with private landowners and wildlife services, be focused on the 2 deer species, start around the start of February, probably last about 3 weeks. But the reason I put the approximate there is staff would be monitoring all along and looking at what they're seeing for deer left in the drainage and things like that to determine exactly how long the action would go on. And a reminder, I guess, the reason we still think this area is a hot zone is important to manage, even though the GMU-wide prevalence rates, which I showed you in a previous slide, are relatively low, that 2-3% or even 1. This hot zone prevalence in whitetail deer during last year's control action was 7%. So it does definitely seem to be the focus of infection right here. So the goal of another control action would be just this, to continue to suppress deer density in this area, to minimize prevalence locally, and to hopefully reduce the likelihood of spread as much as possible out of this focal area. Moving from the current CWD management area to this new detection area now. Just a A quick reminder of where we were at with that new detection. It was again on the border of 2332A, an adult buck mule deer harvested in early October. We got confirmed test results in early November. We contacted the hunter with those results, found out that the animal was quartered, meat and head taken out, spinal column left in the field. The hunter chose voluntarily to surrender his meat to us. Then IDFG staff, great work by them, went out, worked with the hunter and actually found the carcass on the hill and removed it. So it's off the landscape. Last bullet there, an important thing we do when we get a confirmed test like this is make sure there wasn't a mistake. So they did DNA and they matched all three, the meat, the lymph node sample that went to the Colorado lab, and the gut pile from the hillside, all the same animal. Again, a reminder, the reason we didn't move immediately upon learning that information with any sort of localized effort to gain additional samples is because this is quite a different situation from the Slate Creek hot zone. This is summer range where this animal was detected. And by the time we found out these confirmed test results, almost all of the deer had already left and migrated to winter range. There was still a few ongoing hunts of elk that I'll talk about in a second, but there really wasn't an option to do any sort of focused sampling right in that area. This map that you see here on the right is just GPS color data from 22 collared mule deer that spent their summer in that purple circle, which is a 10-mile radius around the detection site, and then where they ended up going for winter range. So you can see there's a connection between that area, winter ranges in unit 22, 32, and likely some in 23 that we don't understand fully yet. So because of that migration, it again prevented the efficiency, let's say, of any sort of localized action. We would have had to go to winter ranges and we'd be somewhat blindly sampling deer on winter ranges because only a fraction of the deer on each of those winter ranges actually ends up in that summer range. But that doesn't mean we haven't taken any action. McCall staff have been working closely. I guess that's the next bullet. The first thing we did is any remaining controlled hunts at the time of the detection, we reached out to those hunters, communicated the situation, sent them a test kit, and asked for additional samples. This effort did increase submissions. We more than doubled the number of samples we had right in and around the local area, and even those GMUs adjacent, the number of samples increased after that effort. McCall staff have been doing systematic roadkill checks along major roadways in and around this area to try to collect as many roadkill deer as we can. Animals with CWD have a higher propensity to be hit by cars. So there's a higher probability that a roadkill animal will have CWD than just a random animal you pluck off the hillside. So roadkill can be a really good way to detect additional. Unfortunately for this effort, fortunately for the deer, it's been a relatively mild winter, but that means there hasn't been a lot of road kills either. They've gotten 14 to date, but they're going to continue with those efforts. And then they're working with the town of McCall as well to try to sample as many or all of any town McCall deer that die this winter. We're going to try to get samples off all those. And then similar to the elk in unit 14, we don't understand a lot about deer movements in unit 23, which is the connection between 14 and where this positive was located. We think there might be some seasonal movement there. There's a chance that the positive in 23 moves south out of 14. So to help us try to start to understand that better, we are hanging a few GPS collars on mule deer and whitetail deer in 23 this year. So even though our efforts after the detection increased or resulted in increased sampling, it still wasn't enough to cut right to the chase for a quality prevalence estimate in that area. These numbers that you see here are all three species combined, only about 25% of which were mule deer, which is where the detection was. So they're insufficient to give us any sort of a good prevalence estimate. So what we're in the process of doing right now is talking through ways to ensure that we get a good prevalence estimate in the coming year. And we'll be coming to you with some of those ideas at the March meeting. So that's what I have for you. I would be happy to stand for questions. Also interested in your thoughts and concurrence, head nod on the proposed control action for this year. And with that, I'd take any questions.
I had a constituent, and a concern is, you know, obviously we need to keep ahead of this thing as well as we can. There was a constituent concern that we're gonna go, you know, start wiping all the deer out between Whitebird and Skookumchuck, or, you know, a bigger area. I understand we're proposing a slightly larger area to stay out ahead of the dots, so to speak. Our control effort to the north of Slate Creek, that's, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's as much to get a little better grip on prevalence. I mean, we're not necessarily going to try to go there and wipe out all the deer. We want to start moving in that direction to, as much as anything, to see what's there. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, Chairman, that's a good clarification. You know, an important clarification about these control actions, period, is that we don't have any delusion that, or even attempt to actually eliminate all the ungulates from that area. It's just to manage for a lower density. That's the one management action that's been showed success in other areas that have been dealing with CWD a lot longer than we have, is to manage for a lower age structure, especially in the buck segment of the population, because that's where the vast reservoir of CWD lies, is in the males, and then lower deer density and overall prevalence as well. So it's what you said, and to get us additional samples to the north, that's one benefit. And then just overall, not to eliminate deer by any means, but manage for a lower density in that area that appears to be the hot zone of infection.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then another, and I'll just forward and share this constituent concern that you need to be careful, or at least think hard about lowering the entire deer density in all of Unit 14. There are people out there that have concerns with that. Maybe that will be the thing to do, but it's on people's radar, and, you know, I can certainly understand that concern.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we are also very cognizant of that. That's why to date, we've tried to keep these more intensive management efforts focused in this area. To date, luckily, that this focal area provides us that opportunity. It certainly will be, different decisions have to be made as this thing spreads further. Of course, the conversation changes a little bit.
Thank you for that. And then I would also like to add, I've watched the work that you folks are doing at Liston office, JJ and his crew, and you and your crew here in Boise. And I can see that, you know, in my estimation, you guys are pretty well on top of it, and it's pretty intense the way you're looking at it and how hard you're trying to get it right. And I appreciate that, and glad to have you guys dealing with it, guys and gals.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to chime in the same thing that, you know, it appears that the control actions that you guys have taken in the past have been pretty successful when compared with, I guess, what we're seeing or what we have seen in other states. So if you're looking for a head nod from me, I would say, yeah, you guys keep up the good work.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. And I take that opportunity to acknowledge the Clearwater region staff. They've done a phenomenal job with that Unit 14 situation.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, similar comments, and I've received hunter calls like my colleagues have on terms like scorched earth. You know, we're sure what's happening at 14, 15 surrounding areas about managing density and monitoring. And that in Region 3, we don't have a plan that precise yet because of the scatter with summer range and winter range. But a question nationwide. Last year, I believe there was a bill in Congress to fund additional or to really kickstart CWD research, prevention, control? Do you have any information just to give us a real quick snapshot of what's happened with that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, there absolutely was. I don't off the top of my head know the financials associated with that bill. It's by chance. I guess
I'm sorry.
I can certainly get back to you with
My
that.
intent wasn't to put you on the spot. I was thinking more of the qualitative. Have you heard of any research institutions or others getting on board? That's. all
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
saying.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, absolutely, and including us. Tricia, if she was here, she'd be able to answer the question better because she's our representative on one research consortium that's a collaboration across a bunch of Western states, in fact, beyond Western, also bunch of CWC positive states, period, trying to look at really management applied things, in my opinion, like building documents of collective knowledge of things that different states have tried to date, documents that don't currently exist that would have helped us tremendously when this first detection happened.
Yeah. So a synthesis of what everyone's
Yes.
been doing from Wisconsin down to.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
I know maybe Commissioner Bobbitt will want to chime in here, but Commissioner Bobbitt and I and many Fish and Game staff got to attend a CWD symposium in Denver, Colorado last summer. It's like, wow, scientific people, like, man, you guys are all really smart and kind of excited about this. I mean, it was impressive. There's a lot of people working on this and smart people, and they're really excited about it. Kind of a challenge to listen to for a normal person because, but it was kind of impressive. Think.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Winter feeding of deer and elk.
A little bit shorter than him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Director Fredericks. My name is Miranda Reinson, and I'm a regional wildlife biologist in the Magic Valley region. And today I'll be giving some information on elk and mule deer winter feeding. To begin, I wanted to share some information about a few of the biological adaptations mule deer and elk have developed to help them survive the stress of winter. Deer and elk have a biological strategy to endure winters by reducing their metabolic output and relying on their energy reserves or body fat they have built up on summer and fall ranges. In the winter, plants are of lower nutritional quality, thus the heavy reliance on using their fat reserves. Winter poses a period of high stress and exposure, and more severe winters can be detrimental to populations. Mule deer are more susceptible than elk to larger scale die-offs during severe winters. Individual elk may be negatively affected during harsh winters, but it's uncommon for winters to impact elk at the population level. Adult female mule deer and elk survival is important to overall population productivity and is typically high during normal Idaho winters. On the other hand, more severe winters can lower female survival. Therefore, the department has focused much of our monitoring efforts on this segment of the populations. In the West, there are a handful of states that have fed mule deer and elk, but the reasons vary. For example, elk are fed on the National Elk Refuge in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, year after year to mitigate potential conflict and to mitigate potential conflict with agriculture and to sustain populations. In addition to Wyoming and Idaho, other states such as Oregon, Washington, Colorado, and Utah have feeding policies or have fed in the past years. Most states will feed to avoid conflict, like the example I mentioned above, which Idaho refers to as baiting. Baiting would refer to keeping mule deer and elk off major highways or not to allow elk and cattle to interact on feed lines. On the other hand, mule deer are more likely to be fed in emergency situations in an attempt to reduce mortality, winter mortality. In Idaho, we have fed mule deer and elk under both scenarios to bait them away from conflict and to provide supplemental nutrition during severe winters. There is statute in place that dictates how feeding operations are funded, and administrative rule that specifies when winter feeding should occur. The funding source for winter feeding operations is outlined in statute Title 36-111. For every deer, elk, and pronghorn tag the department sells, $1.75 is set aside for the emergency feeding account. The department per fiscal year has an account of about $517,000 to be spent on winter feeding. The Wildlife Bureau manages the bulk of this account, so when emergency situations arise, they can distribute the funds to the affected portions of the state, while the remainder is spread across regions. According to statute, this money is to be spent on the purchase of winter feed, which includes pellets or hay to supplementally feed deer, elk, and pronghorn. Other feeding operation expenses, such as mileage on vehicles or labor, and habitat projects, for example, winter range restoration that has been impacted by fire. The department's big game feeding policy states that big game populations should be maintained under natural conditions and by naturally available forage, while recognizing winter forage is one of the major limiting factors that determines the size of big game populations. The department will work with land management agencies in an effort to maintain winter range in a manner that allows our game populations to meet management objectives. Occasionally, severe winters may create periods of additional stress on big game populations when forage becomes limited, unavailable, or animals are forced into areas that affect public safety. Although we cannot and should not manage big game populations based on these adverse weather conditions, the administrative rule and policy outline the circumstances under which emergency feeding may be considered. The department may declare a big game feeding emergency if one or more of the following criteria are met: to prevent damage to private property or for public safety, such as keeping a herd of elk off a major highway; to prevent excessive mortality of big game populations that would affect the recovery of the herd, or when winter forage is limited or unavailable by fire or unusual weather. Administrative rule also provides that regional supervisors may develop additional emergency feeding guidelines within the listed criteria based on disease transmission risk, local conditions, and public input. Regional staff consult with their respective winter feeding advisory committees to determine when these conditions are met and make recommendations to begin big game feeding. Winter feeding advisory committees are established by statute and are key partners in the department's decision to feed or not to feed. By statute, winter feeding advisory committees are to be established in the regions that have a history of winter feeding. Their role is to assist the department in implementing its emergency big game feeding policy. Winter feeding advisory committees act as liaisons between the department, interest groups, and the public on winter feeding issues and make recommendations on when to begin feeding. There are 4 regions in the state that have standing feeding advisory committees, including the Southwest, Magic Valley, Southeast, and Upper Snake regions. Each region's committee is comprised of 5 members of the public, typically selected from different areas of the region that are appointed by the commission. The committees convene prior to each winter to discuss big game populations, animal health, and the forecast for the upcoming winter. Committees then will meet throughout each winter as conditions warrant. Each region has developed their own winter feeding criteria to aid the discussion on whether to feed. The criteria we consider are the same, but each region has their own set of guidelines in collaboration with their winter feeding advisory committees with each environmental condition. The criteria I'm going to share with you today is an example from the Southeast region. These are a few, but not all of the conditions that are evaluated by the department and include criteria such as snow depths, reaching more than 18 inches on important winter ranges, low temperatures of 0 degrees for 10 consecutive days, and animal condition that can be examined by biologists from fall harvested deer, winter roadkill, or other types of mortalities. There is much coordination and organization that goes into implementing a winter feeding operation. One of the most challenging pieces is finding the space that is large enough and in the correct location to operate a feed site. Many of these locations include cooperation from landowners for permission to use their property and to organize logistics. Additionally, organizing enough personnel and equipment to make sure the feed sites function properly for the duration of the feeding operation is another significant undertaking. The department is proactive in having feed on hand or local suppliers of feed when these emergency situations do take place. But estimating the number of animals that will be involved and securing enough feed can sometimes be challenging. The availability of specific types of feed is also very important because there is not a one-size-fits-all solution for each species. Winter months cause a deficit in the amount and quality of forage present on the landscape, and the digestive systems of both deer and elk adapt to these changing conditions throughout the year. Therefore, the feed we select needs to be compatible with those digestive systems. Additionally, deer and elk are built different in both stature and digestive tract size, so the feed selected needs to align with those differences as well. Deer are sometimes fed to avoid conflict, but emergency feeding to reduce mortality is more common. Mule deer digestive systems are smaller and more specialized, making them less adaptable to dramatic changes in forage, thus the heavy reliance on summer and fall fat accumulation. The bacteria in their gut gradually changes throughout the year in response to the quality of forage they are consuming. So the type of feed we give to deer is very important. The department feeds deer a specially designed pellet that includes several different ingredients, but the base is alfalfa meal or beet pulp. Most importantly, the overall digestible protein level of the pellets is 15%, which is typically compatible with a deer's digestive system in the winter. Deer that are given feeds that don't align with their winter dietary needs can die very rapidly and often with a stomach full of food from a variety of different causes. And this is one of the many reasons we discourage the public from feeding deer in the winter. Elk are mainly fed to mitigate public safety concerns, depredation issues, and mediate livestock interaction. Elk are hardy animals, and while severe winters can cause stress, it is rare for elk populations to experience larger scale winter die-offs. Elk can be fed a wider variety of forage during winter because the size of their digestive systems allows them to process a wider variety of diets. However, their systems are still adapted to lower quality forage during these winter months, and the introduction of forage high in protein or carbohydrates, such as corn, apples, or late cuts of pure alfalfa hay, can be detrimental. The department has feeding guidelines for digestible protein as well to mitigate these potential consequences. Up until now, this presentation has been focused on law, policy, procedure, and biology, but there is another important aspect of winter feeding that is also considered, the social aspect. As you can imagine, severe winters attract a lot of public attention, and the department fields calls on public desires to feed deer and elk each winter. It is not easy for anyone to watch deer and elk struggle when trying to navigate deep snow and freezing temperatures. Understandably, the public would like the department to help and save the deer. The department does consider public sentiment in this decision on winter feeding, but it is challenging to accommodate public desires and meet expectations. For example, location is important. Is the feedback we're receiving for a few highly visible deer in an urban setting or hillside close to a major highway? Are the conditions those visible deer are experiencing reflective of what the overall population is experiencing? And timing is important. Is this feedback centered around one big storm in an otherwise mild winter and is therefore unlikely to affect overall mortality rates? Although we routinely receive public input to winter feed, it's not always needed, and conditions often don't meet the criteria set forth in our winter feeding policy. Even when conditions are met to justify winter feeding or baiting, there are risks and consequences that should be considered. Feeding can result in short and long-term changes in animal behavior. Animals may return to a feed site in subsequent years expecting a meal. Some may even arrive early to compete for feed and thereby miss available quality natural forage along their migration to winter range. Feeding may also hold animals on winter range longer than normal, potentially negating some of the benefits associated with migration, like missing peak green-up. Concentrating animals on winter range over the course of several years may result in long-term habitat degradation. Also, the concentration of deer and elk at feed sites may attract predators and increase predation. Finally, concentrating animals can facilitate the spread of disease, including chronic wasting disease. While emergency winter feeding and baiting creates some organizational and logistical challenges and comes with some inherent risks, the department will continue to evaluate the need to winter feed when and where conditions and circumstances warrant. So what do we consider? All in all, there are several questions we consider when evaluating winter feeding. As I've outlined during this presentation, the answers are not simple and depend on many variables. What are we trying to accomplish? Is this related to public safety, depredations, separation of elk and cattle, or to reduce mortality? If we initiate baiting or feeding, are we likely to achieve our goals? Do we have ample space and associated private landowner permission and cooperation to accomplish these goals? And what are those specific risks of the baiting and feeding operation being considered? And are there ways to mitigate those risks with the design of our efforts? And finally, how do these short-term benefits and risks associated with winter feeding or baiting compare with long-term expectations? Overall, the conversations and decisions to feed or bait are not simple. I appreciate your time and the opportunity to present today, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Very good, thank you. Questions? Comments? Tim?
Thank you. I'm assuming because of the so far mild winter, we've got plenty of reserve and pellets and other feed.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes. On hand right now, I believe we have 14.5 pounds between the southeast and southwest regions. And then the bullwhacker tons, I'm sorry. That wouldn't be enough. And then our bullwhacker feed site has about 80 tons. Yes.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much. Kokanee management in Idaho. Yeah.
Joe Kazufka.
Hi, Joe.
Hello. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, it's my pleasure to talk about Kokanee management today. I'm the State Fisheries Manager, and this is going to be a joint presentation by myself and the production manager who will introduce himself in a moment. I guess we wanted to talk about Kokanee today. This is purely for informational purposes because it is a widespread statewide program. We have a lot of variation in fisheries, and we think it's on a lot of anglers' minds. So we want to provide an update and sort of in that context. Next. Okay. Okay, why are Kokanee important to anglers? And that's simply because we quite often have very high catch rates. Kokanee produce very high quality fillets. This creates a lot of passion by anglers. And when you're passionate about something, you make bad decisions and you spend a lot of money on equipment. And this boat here is a perfect example of that. That motor is about $15,000 minimum. The kicker motor to the side of it is $3,000. An electric downrigger, you're looking at $800 to $1,000 a piece. Each of those rod and reel combos is another $200 plus. This boat even has 2 nets, which are over $100 a piece there. So they do produce a lot of excise tax funding for the agency by doing that. However, when you spend that much money and fishing is poor, you quickly become frustrated with the department. So we hear about it when it's not good. And a lot of people in this room are very passionate about kokanee fishing and have made similarly poor decisions. And I'd like to see a raise of hands if anybody in here has done this in this audience. About a third, maybe even 40% of the audience has done similarly. So we have very good kokanee fishing in Idaho. At times, not always in all systems on the same year, but generally you can find good kokanee fishing somewhere in the state. They produce high effort when it is good. They also produce high yields, and that's just the amount of poundage that comes out of a system on an annual basis. And from the department's standpoint, it can be a very high cost efficiency program. Collecting eggs is relatively cheap. We don't have to rear those eggs and subsequent fingerlings for very long, and we can stock them early in their life history. They grow for a couple of years, and then you produce a fishery that's worth, hundreds of thousands of dollars and produces 80,000 to hundreds of thousands of hours of fishing effort. So little department investment to a lot of effort in fishing opportunities. Okay, I briefly wanted to go just a high-level overview of the species. It's a landlocked sockeye salmon. They're a one-and-done fall spawner, just like many of our anadromous salmon. Eggs per female is an important metric that we pay a lot of attention to, and it's highly related to the size of the adult female. Smaller females may only have 80 to 100 eggs per female. As they grow to quality or even trophy size individuals in other productive systems where they may be 16 to 20 inches, those adult females will have 1,200 to maybe even 1,400 eggs per female. And that really affects how we may or may not run spawning operations. We have two strains in Idaho. One's the early strain. They generally mature in late August and ascend the river systems in late August, spawn in late August and early September. These are generally primarily or almost exclusively flowing water spawners. And quite often these function better in southern Idaho than the late strain. The late strain is a life history variation that does better in northern Idaho. They're more apt to spawn in lake environments and stream environments, which the earlies don't do. They're generally slower growing, which is also its environment and strain that causes that. And then they spawn much later in the season, late October, early November, sometimes even later. Early life history in kokanee is sort of the black box. They're very difficult to sample as they out-migrate from streams, and even as we term them, young of the year or age zeros. They're very hard to sample in proportion to their abundance, to learn about how many there are, year class strength, what they're feeding on, those sorts of things. Kokanee generally have a very short lifespan. In southern Idaho, the shortest lifespan would be 2.5 years. Whereas in northern Idaho and more slower growing systems, it may be 4.5 or 5.5 years before they become mature and then die. Okay, the feeding ecology, again, this is an oversimplification. We have biologists within the agency that study the high-level details of this interaction here, which is very important to kokanee management. The sun and chlorophyll produce algal cells, or what we call as phytoplankton. The next step up in the food chain is zooplankton. That's the clear whitish organisms in the middle of that slide. On the top, those are called copepods. The bottom one is a Daphnia. Daphnia are kind of the protein shake of the zooplankton community. A 2 millimeter Daphnia is about as good as it gets for kokanee growth there. They love to feed on those. Where we see those in large numbers We know we can stock more kokanee and we're going to have better growth rates in those systems. Kokanee have relatively small gill raker spacing, which facilitates their feeding behavior. And then below that kokanee head image, actually, I put in a picture of a mysis. So that is an invertebrate that was stocked in portions of Idaho, especially northern Idaho, a long time ago, more than 50 years ago. And it was thought that mysis, which is an even larger invertebrate, would create better kokanee growth in portions of Idaho. That actually backfired a little bit, and mysis feed on zooplankton and actually compete with kokanee in most Idaho systems. So that was done with the best of intentions, but again, sort of backfired a long time ago. Okay, I didn't really know how to phrase this, but I wanted to talk about 3 nearly universal truths. And I see nearly because as soon as you say this happens absolutely, or in every location, every time, you're going to be wrong. You're probably going to be wrong the next year after you told a bunch of anglers that this is how this operates. But one thing, the first thing that we see very consistently across fisheries throughout Idaho, and the fancy biologist term for it is density-dependent growth. Kokanee are sort of the poster child for this term, and they fluctuate depending on how much food is available. When there's a lot of food available and we end up having good reproduction and we get a lot of kokanee in the system after a good reproduction year, they crop off those high quality zooplankton. There's less food per individual and the average size of an adult decreases rapidly. They're very sensitive to this factor. And the alternative is also very true. When we have a bad spawn year, a bad cohort, or a bad year class strength, however you want to say it, we have less individuals. However, those individuals are able to grow much more quickly and reach much larger sizes. And the difference for a similar age fish in the same system can be as great as 4 to 6 inches between, a 2.5-year-old adult in 1 year and a 2.5-year-old adult a couple of years down the road in the same system. So this happens very frequently. We have examples of this throughout Idaho. This graph is actually from Deadwood. I apologize, it's a little bit busy, but on the left-hand axis there, we have abundance. And then the solid line is abundance through time with the black dots there. So at Deadwood in around 2000, the early 2000s, you can see abundance was only a couple 100,000 fish. And so when abundance was that low, what you see on the dashed line is mean length. So a couple 100,000 individuals results in adults that exceed 16 inches in length. Then we had a couple good spawn years. And by 2004, abundance increased to, I think that's 6 zeros. I should have brought my glasses, and 2 million adults. What you see there after abundance increases is that length quickly declines. There's a little bit of a lag period, and mean length of adults decreased to 10 inches. And so again, we've got a 6-inch difference between adult sizes, and they are the same age, just in different years. And you can see that pattern repeat itself there at least twice. And length, a decrease in length follows the increase in abundance almost every time. There's a slight lag with that decrease. And so our monitoring programs spend a lot of time looking at average size of adults and also abundance of kokanee in the system. The next truth I wanted to talk about, number 2 here, is kokanee possess tremendous caloric value for predators. So what we see in a lot of species that can focus on kokanee as a primary food source, including smallmouth bass, and this image is from Dvorak Reservoir. The top half of that figure shows smallmouth bass growth through time. The top half talks about during low kokanee abundance. And I'd really like to point you to the age 5 photograph there. On the top, you can see it's 10.5 inches. And then in the bottom, it's 10.3 inches. Drawing your eyes back up to the top there, from age 5 to age 6 in a low kokanee abundance year, you get about 1.7 inch growth increment the next year. And then you get, that's about 2.2 by age 7. So they're averaging about 2 inches per year once they become fish eaters in a low kokanee abundance year. Now draw your eyes back down to the bottom there. Those growth increments from age 5 to age 6 and 6 to 7 during high kokanee abundance average 4 years. So their growth rates essentially double when kokanee are abundant. Again, this is not true everywhere, but we see similar growth in rainbow trout that primarily forage on kokanee and some other systems. This example is from Lake Pend Oreille. The x-axis there is kokanee abundance in millions. As you can see, when kokanee abundance is from 2 to 3 million, which we're terming low, which is an oxymoron to if there ever was one, rainbow trout growth increments are about 3 inches per year, and then it doubles when kokanee abundance gets up of 7 to 9 million kokanee per year. And these are in both species. Those are amongst the fastest growth rates that you see anywhere in the country. Basically, I don't want to say anywhere on the planet, but anywhere in fresh water. Tremendous, tremendous growth rates when we have these high abundance kokanee populations. Okay, the third universal truth I wanted to talk about is vulnerability to angling. This is probably less well studied than the first two, but what we know is that as kokanee get larger on a per individual basis, they become more vulnerable to angling. And even small differences in adult size can lead to tremendous increases in vulnerability to angling. And this fact here, this is from Dvorak Reservoir. These are relatively small kokanee there. And when you go from a 7.5 incher to a little bit over an 8 incher, the catch rate increases 4 times. And that's in proportion to their abundance in the system. So that is not very common for most other species. And it has to do with their mouth size, their swimming speed, their reaction distance, and also how confident they are in attacking things. This also exacerbates some of the population swings that we see. Because remember when I said when they get abundant, when they get large, we know they're not very abundant. They're also more catchable. So that exacerbates low adult spawner numbers and then less juveniles. So we see these wide swings in kokanee due to all the combination of those factors. Okay, talking about the statewide fisheries management plan, we generally manage kokanee as a yield fishery, and that's mostly because we want to provide a lot of harvest opportunity for kokanee. At certain times during these fluctuations in abundance, we produce quality and trophy fisheries, and then we are utilizing them as a prey base in some of these waters that we manage specifically for trophy predators. We have native populations of kokanee in the state. We have wild populations where we stock very little, and then we have hatchery supported systems. So a lot of different management sort of direction for kokanee throughout the state. The programs and projects that we implement, I'm not going to go water by water. And the next speaker is going to talk about, 2 speakers from now, the next time slot is going to talk about fishing and boating access, so I won't touch on that. We work to improve habitat for kokanee. And there's 2 examples and photos here of how we work to improve habitat. Gravel additions in Lake Pend Oreille for purposes of spawning, inshore lake spawning have occurred. We add nutrients to Dvorak Reservoir to create more phytoplankton, more beneficial phytoplankton that can uplift the number of zooplankton and create more food resources for kokanee. We shape and manipulate fish communities, and generally that has to do with management of predator numbers. Quite often, we're suppressing lake trout in systems to bolster kokanee numbers. Lake Pend Oreille is one example, of course, and so is Payette Lake. And then we educate and engage anglers and set season limits and rules and stock fish, which Bo will be talking about shortly. Okay, before we implement one of those projects or programs, we really try to understand the system, what's going on in the system, what's going on within the species in that system. So we spend a lot of time monitoring and understanding water, the hydrology of the system, like what are inflows, are there fluctuations in surface elevation, even in a natural lake, which are quite often controlled in Idaho or in our large reservoirs. We look a lot at nitrogen and phosphorus concentrations, which affect phytoplankton, algae growth, which feeds zooplankton. We count and measure and size zooplankton by collecting them in the water column. We do a lot of creel surveys to estimate effort, catch rates, and harvest and collect a lot of biological samples during those creel survey efforts. For monitoring of kokanee populations specifically, we spend a lot of time looking at year class strength, which I've explained varies substantially from year to year. We look at cohort survival from age 1 to age 2, from age 2 to age 3, and try to understand why that may vary in certain systems or from year to year. We look at percent hatchery contribution, and quite often these systems will have some wild spawning component. We stock hatchery fish on top of that. It's important to know how well hatchery fish survive and whether or not both of those two groups are contributing to the fishery and to the number of spawners in the system. So we look a lot at that. And I will point out in that upper right-hand corner, one way we do that is that's an ear bone that's been embedded in epoxy. We use a saw to slice a wafer through that ear bone. And if you can look at the center of that image, we actually in the hatchery will put the kokanee eggs on alternating cycles of warm and cold water for 24 hours. And we can band their ear bone. We can then see that band 2, 3, 4 years later, and we can know what stocking allotment that fish came from. And that is a tremendous advancement over the last 10 or so years that's allowed us to study hatchery contribution, size at stocking location, look at entrainment from reservoirs down to downstream reservoirs. It's just a tremendous tool that research in the hatchery program have developed that's facilitated monitoring and management efforts. At times, we look at growth and condition a lot. Similarly, we look at sort of those bands in otoliths. The lower image there is a wafer from a wild fish. You can see the tight rings are winter periods, whereas the other periods are high growth periods in summer and fall. So we spend a lot of time looking at otoliths. Other times, it's simpler than that. So the image of the fish there is actually from either Lucky Peak or Arrow Rock Reservoir. There you don't have to look at otoliths. The fish grow so quickly between age classes, you can just say the small one there is a 6-month-old fish, the middle one's 18 months old, and the next one's 30 months old. So we can assign ages based on their size or even the light frequency that we see in that population. Okay, the primary gear types we use to capture kokanee for these sorts of assessments are trawls on the left-hand image, and then we use a lot of gill nets. That's a floating gill net there in the upper picture. Generally for kokanee, we actually suspend the gill net deeper down in the water column near the thermocline where we know kokanee hang out. There you catch a representative sample of the population, and you can make inferences about how that population is doing in terms of abundance and compare it to previous years. And then the catch of fish can be seen. They're entanglement nets. Kokanee swim into them. We let them soak overnight and we check them the next day. Quite often they have a lot of non-game fish in the catch too. Another primary gear type are our weirs. We use these in rivers quite often when we use them for spawning purposes. Also, when we have too many kokanee in a system and we need to increase average size, will prevent too many kokanee from going up the spawning stream and spawning and sort of exacerbating that problem of small size. Okay, outreach. We've really tried to, again, they're passionate. They study our stocking numbers. They study our management programs, and they ask tough questions. We've really tried to get in front of those questions by holding these, we call them workshops. We partnered with a local tackle dealer, Kokobo, and people really like to go to his fishing techniques workshop. He draws a much better audience than we do as biological speakers. He allows us to speak for 20 minutes on what's going on in our fisheries. We'll draw 80 to 100 kokanee anglers. We hold these in many places throughout the state, and it's the best engagement that we can have with this stakeholder group. It's really great in my opinion. We also do things like State of the Lake meeting for Lake Ponderay. We write blogs, and then of course we do quite a bit of outreach with the management plan and seasons. Our seasons and limits structure is pretty simple. Our high bag limits are 25 per day. We use a moderate limit in Anderson and Deadwood of about 15 per day. And then a low bag limit is about 6 per day. And that's mostly utilized in hatchery supported fisheries. And even though it's a low numerical bag limit where we have these high growth rates, kokanee may range from a pound to even 2 pounds per individual during good years. And so a 6 fish bag limit can still result in a lot of pounds of fillets being put in the freezer. Kokanee anglers are very, very interested in the 2-pole permit, and a high percentage of those anglers buy the 2-pole permit. I just thought I'd add that. Okay, and I'm going to pass it off to Bo now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about our production program. Kokanee is a small piece of it, but as Joe mentioned, a very important part of it. So our annual goals for kokanee production vary annually, but currently stand at about 1.5 million of the early strain kokanee. This has fluctuated significantly over the years, has been as high as 4 million. A long-term standing goal has been defined by the Fisheries Bureau as about 3 million early kokanee. And then our late kokanee goals are about 5 million kokanee stocked. This is primarily driven by the Lake Ponderay fishery and to meet the goals there. And again, fluctuates as needed to meet the fisheries demand. We've also in recent years been doing a few more late strain kokanee to fulfill some of the early strain shortages that I'll talk about later. So for several years, all of our early strain eggs were obtained from Deadwood Reservoir. The picture in the bottom left is the kokanee weir at Deadwood. We were able to obtain all of our kokanee egg needs at this weir for several years. However, low kokanee numbers have required other locations to be implemented. Recently, we've gone to North Fork of the Payette River, just above Payette Reservoir, to pick up kokanee. We've also done some efforts in North Fork Clearwater above Dorshak Reservoir to pick up some early strain kokanee eggs. Our late strain eggs are obtained from a permanent fish trap on Lake Ponderay, just off Lake Ponderay on Granite Creek. That's a picture of that in the upper left corner. And all of these operations are remote, require remote camps, require our staff to get out there and be on site to collect these eggs. The egg collection takes place for the earlies in late August, early September, and for the lates, we're in there basically November through sometimes Christmas.
All of our egg locations, as I mentioned, are remote, so it does require transport of those eggs to our hatchery facilities. It's routine for us to use remote airstrips and our pilots to fly those eggs from the spawning locations to the hatcheries. And then for the Lake Kokanee, the road to get back into the Granite Creek Trap is often snowed in. So that requires a boat ride on Lake Ponderay in December, which can be a little adventurous at times. We rear our kokanee at 2 of our hatcheries. Most of the earlies are reared at the Mackey Fish Hatchery. And then most of the lates are reared at Cabinet Gorge. Mackey is a licensed funded hatchery that rears a number of our unique fisheries, or fish for a number of our unique fisheries. Cabinet Gorge is primarily a kokanee hatchery. It is a Dingle Johnson funded hatchery that originally was built to rear as much as 20 million kokanee. So we stock kokanee throughout the state. And there are 16 waters identified that receive kokanee regularly. We rear these fish till they're about 2 to 3 inches. As Joe mentioned, they don't spend a lot of time on the hatchery. And these fish are released usually in May to June. We work closely with the fisheries managers in the regions to identify the opportune time to stock. We look at water temperatures, food supply, so that we're putting fish in the system when they're most likely to succeed. So as mentioned, kokanee don't spend a lot of time on the hatchery. The primary logistics with kokanee is the egg take and then fish transport. So we, with all of those waters and fish only coming from 2 hatcheries, our stocking trucks are putting on about 3,700 miles annually to get the fish from the hatchery to all of those waters. There's a couple more slides that Joe's going to cover, and then we will move into questions. Thanks.
We have just 2 slides remaining. Okay, so the challenges for the state for the coming years, we've alluded to quite a few of these already. We are in sort of a low abundance of adults in several of our primary brood collection waters. That include Deadwood Reservoir specifically. Because we have that population is depressed, we've had a hard time getting enough eggs to meet our traditional stocking numbers and locations. So fingerling availability is a little bit lower than we desire. Also, a new challenge, maybe not a new challenge, but it seems to be a more consistent challenge, is large reservoir hydrology. Reservoirs seem to be filling differently now than they used to. And then we've seen quite a few low pool storage levels in the fall in a lot of our systems. Predation in a couple of our systems is something that we have to keep our finger on. We are operating suppression programs in quite a few of our waters, and we're dealing with new predators emerging in some of our systems, including establishment of walleye and other locations throughout the state. Also, as I've mentioned, these kokanee become more vulnerable as they become larger. These fisheries have grown in popularity, and in certain systems, especially where we're collecting brood, at times of low abundance, we have to keep an eye on harvest rates to make sure that we have enough adults for enough eggs into the future. And then we will be focused on rebuilding the population at Deadwood Reservoir. So our near-term focus is to increase egg availability. We are trying alternative sources for wild egg collection, including Dvorak Reservoir. We are in the beginning phases of attempting to raise captive brood kokanee and keep tens of thousands of adults potentially in the hatchery system to, again, take out that fluctuation in egg availability and make these systems and fisheries more consistent. We'll work to balance predators as needed. We're going to monitor harvest and adjust as needed. And then we're spending quite a bit of time on research regarding stocking size and stocking time. And that concludes my my talk, and Bo and I stand for questions.
Questions, gentlemen?
How long does it take a kokanee to get catchable size?
So Arrow Rock, Lucky Peak, Anderson, Chairman, Commissioner Cameron. It depends on the system. So the quicker growing system's about 2.5 years, like Anderson, Arrow Rock, Lucky Peak. Northern Idaho, Warshock, it's 3.5, or Lake Ponderay, 3.5 or 4.5 years even.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Joe, I'm asking this question for a friend. What's going on at Priest Lake in Kokanee? That used to be a pretty productive place to catch kokanee, but not so much.
Chairman Ebert, Commissioner Bobbitt, my understanding of the Priest Lake fishery, there, I am not the expert on that system, but it's my understanding it's almost entirely related to predation by lake trout and also mysis effects on zooplankton abundance. So we have competition for zooplankton resources, then we have excess predation. Not that long ago, the department was involved in an exercise with the public to decide whether or not the public largely wanted us to shift the management direction for Priest Lake from a lake trout focus to a kokanee focus. And that group, that working group, did not come to consensus. And so because of that, the lack of a clear direction, it was decided to stay sort of as is.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so I'm no longer an expert on that, but I was at one point. And so Priest has really a fascinating history with regard to the kokanee fishery and then the lake trout fishery and the bull trout fishery and all of that, and mysis and how it all changed. And I know we're planning to have an opportunity to be up at Priest in May. And so I think it'd be a really great opportunity to kind of reinforce a lot of the things that you both just talked about in terms of kokanee biology, and then just put it in kind of context of the story of Priest. So we'll do that with the chair's blessing.
Would you go for that, Dave? Okay, we'll do it. Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fishing and Boating Access Program overview. Eric, start. Eric.
Chairman Ebert, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, want to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me to speak today. Provide an overview on the department's Fishing and Boating Access Program. So I'd like to start by stressing the importance of this program in the context of the department's mission. Public access for fishing and boating provides more than just a place to fish or launch a boat. We provide opportunities for people to be near or on the water, to be in natural and wild places. This is where conservation starts. Children learning to fish for the first time, families and communities finding value in the outdoors, and we provide some of these opportunities. Although I'm sure you all know this, Title 36 states that the commission shall develop, operate, and maintain lands, waters, or conservation easements to provide places where the public may fish, hunt, or trap. So that's our authority for fishing and boating access. Now, our program's goals are to operate, maintain, and improve fishing and boating access sites, first and foremost. But we also inform the public and our partners of access opportunities and sources of funds for development and maintenance of these sites. And we also assess existing sites and future access needs to inform and implement our statewide fishing and boating access plan. Now, the public needs a few basic accommodations at most sites, which I've listed some here, but really the level of development or the amenities is commensurate with the type of fishing experience provided at that place. For instance, only a parking place and foot access are needed for a more primitive fishing experience. But a boat ramp with docks and facilities accommodates higher numbers of users at popular access points to large lakes or reservoirs. Now, the public wants sites that are not crowded and have good fishing, among other things. And just a quick reminder that we do not charge a fee at any of our sites. So this is just a broad overview of our sites. The department operates and maintains 355 access sites statewide. Sites are classified as fishing or boating access, or in some cases, a bit of a hybrid between the two. There are 188 sites managed as fishing access and 167 sites managed as boating. Developments at fishing access sites may include access trails or roads, parking areas, restrooms, primitive launch facilities for non-motorized boats, and fishing piers or platforms. Boating access sites may include many of the same features as fishing access sites, as well as additional infrastructure such as trailer parking, boat ramps, and boarding docks. Although the traditional concept of boating access is more commonly associated with lakes and reservoirs, statewide, most of the department's boating access sites are on rivers and streams. And obviously, the Panhandle is a large exception to that rule, where there are lots of natural lakes. Now, to show you a little bit of the spectrum of what our sites may be, they span a wide spectrum from very small sites, small and simple sites to large properties with many facilities. Our simplest site may be at just an easement across private land to provide walk-in fishing to a small stream. I'll take this opportunity to also note that many of our fishing and boating access sites also provide hunting access, including many waterfowl and upland bird opportunities, and in some cases, big game hunting opportunities as well. In fact, where a wildlife nexus occurs, we attempt to prioritize shared contribution to improvements of these sites from wildlife PR funds when possible. And on the other end of the spectrum, by far our most complex site is Horse Thief Reservoir, which could be a standalone state park. This site has a wide variety of amenities, including a 270-acre reservoir controlled with a department-owned dam and spillway, a boat ramp, and parking area, and over 110 campsites. So as you can see, there's a wide variety and spectrum of sites across the state, every site in between. At this point, I'd just like to share a little bit of our team, our fishing and boating access team of staff across the state. Start with our recreation site maintenance foreman. They do all the on the ground work, including operating, maintaining, and developing our sites. Each of them are supervised by their regional fish manager. Another crucial part of our team is our professional engineers. They design sites, estimate costs, develop bid packages, and award bids to contractors and provide construction oversight, among other things. And then lastly, our Fish Bureau staff also provide vital administrative support for the program, and I'll touch on that a little bit later. And all of this entire team, whether it be the fish engineering bureaus and regional staff, coordinate regularly on keeping the ship afloat. This diagram
Hey,
describes our,
Eric, if I may, just back up, there's a picture in there that's so pretty that most people probably just looked at the artwork and didn't really stop to see what they are viewing. So explain that a little bit.
you're talking about all those men on the bottom right?
Exactly, Eric.
No, yeah, Director Fredericks, Commissioner Ebert, Commissioners, I believe Jim is referring to the photo in the middle. And this is in both the Upper Snake and the Salmon region. We have a lot of vault toilets that now have this beautiful artwork in them. And it's been a very good public outreach thing that they have done there. And it seems to be helping kind of deter people from damaging outhouses, if you will. So, yes, thanks for highlighting that. I will take the opportunity. Those are our rec site foreman and Commissioner Ebert and myself at our site tour last May.
That one's at Dale Reservoir,
Dale,
about 7 minutes from I can be fishing there in 7 minutes.
Moving on, this diagram describes our general workflow for site improvements and development projects. Each step takes time, and some more than others, especially permitting can take more time. So from start to finish, some large projects can take a couple of years to get across the finish line, but everybody in our team has a role in this. Now I'll touch on the funding sources. This is a summary of the funds that support the Fishing and Boating Access Program. We have two primary sources of funds. The first being U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Dingle Johnson or DJ grants. And the second being dedicated license fund. So the DJ grants, we submit annual grant applications to the Fish and Wildlife Service to fund statewide operating and maintenance of our fishing and boating sites. These grant awards provide budgets and personnel and operating for each region. We also submit project-specific grant applications to fund improvements to existing sites and or develop new sites. And then we bring the license funds to the table as well from several sources. Annual license dollars are dedicated to the program through FWater, HB 230, and Salmon and Steelhead dollars. The program collectively prioritizes fishing and boating access site improvements and new site developments each year. And so if you have ideas, please let your regional supervisors know of those, and they become part of the prioritization process. Ensuring public access, which is what our role is. Only a third of our sites our program operates and maintains are actually owned by the department. That may be striking to most of you, but most are owned by cities, counties, and other state agencies or the federal government. And most of these sites are operated and maintained only through formal agreements giving the department the authority to develop and manage the access sites for the public. Some are under lease agreements. Most are through MOUs that relieves or shares the responsibility of the management and maintenance with the landowners themselves. Touched on this earlier, but as I mentioned before, the headquarters staff support the program, which includes applying for and administering the DJ grants, which helps fund improvements to existing sites, development of new sites. But they also fund our statewide staff to operate and maintain the sites. We also develop and oversee our annual budgets, and of course, submit permit applications needed to complete improvement and development projects. I'll just mention one of our more commonly required permits, the Joint 404 permit, which is the one that is needed to do any in-water construction work typical of of your average boat ramp. Acquisition and the Lands Committee. The department acquisition of lands has been and continues to be limited and strategic as guided by our Lands Committee. The committee identifies land acquisition opportunities or needs. They discuss them broadly, then identify potential funding sources, and then present a complete proposal to the committee. Upon committee review, and if broadly supported, it advances those acquisitions to the director for approval, and if approved, onto the commission as you've seen today. And ultimately can finish with the purchasing process. So 2 of those 3 presented by Casey today have an access nexus, fishing and boating access. We have a strategic plan that guides improvement of existing sites, future access needs, and best practices in operating and maintaining sites. I will be revising our current statewide plan with regional and bureau input in the coming months. A very important tool in keeping the plan up to date and useful is regularly scheduled assessments of our sites. They provide a snapshot of the current level of infrastructure, what each region's needs are in terms of maintenance, development, and funds to continue to provide access to our anglers. We have some existing tools to inventory and document sites, but we are starting to explore new mobile options to do this more efficiently. I'd be remiss without acknowledging some of the challenges our program faces, particularly on the site and the access side of things. The single largest task of the program is just operating and maintaining the sites we currently have. And what you see here are some of the bigger challenges the program faces in managing our sites, including vandalism and littering, crowding, non-paying users, abandoned vehicles, and overstay camping. This is the ugly side of this program. And when I list non-paying users, again, we don't charge fees for our sites. However, in a few locations, few sites, most users are not anglers or hunters, but they don't buy a license to support the site that they are using, which is partially how these sites are funded in the first place and whom they are intended for with those funds. Nonetheless, we're trying to do our best to tackle these challenges and continue to look for creative solutions. We also need to quantify some of these issues better to address them more effectively. And lastly, developing a communication plan with strategic education and outreach will no doubt be crucial in reducing and mitigating these issues as we move forward. We also have some administrative challenges as well. Like other agencies and companies, we struggle to recruit, hire, and maintain skilled staff. These are very specialized jobs in the fish and game workforce, particularly given the competitive job market. In some places, our sites are being encroached upon by adjacent landowners, which requires additional resources to address this. And lastly, our operating and maintaining our heavy equipment is very expensive and remains problematic. I'll finish with just a highlight of some of the more recent projects that some of you that have been completed that some of you may recognize. And in closing, I just wanted to address what we all know is happening in the state of Idaho. We know that outdoor recreation is the primary reason people live and move here. And we've seen a large surge in the number of outdoor recreation in recent years. We're realizing our long-standing funding model is strained, particularly with other types of users. And we may have to explore other options in the near future. Last summer, Governor Little recognized this statewide with an executive order. This order created the Outdoor Recreation Fund Advisory Council, and the department will participate in the council to ensure fishing and hunting access is represented moving forward. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you for that. I got to go on the tour in Region 2 with these folks, and they showed me all the projects, and they did a very good job. I was very impressed with how they look at it and the work they do, and I appreciate you. And it was a good day. Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Ron?
Eric, that was a great presentation. You said something in there that I certainly didn't know or understand, which is that the department only owns about a third of the sites that they maintain. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so you're working with a lot of federal partners, cities and counties, and which you stated.
Yes.
Are those relationships good? Is it easy to get the work done amongst these interagencies and the difficulties that you sometimes see with partnerships like that?
Chairman Ebert, Commissioner Davies, Director Fredericks, it varies a lot, to be honest with you. For the most part, the relationships are good, and we have longstanding agreements in place. It helps when we are the ones bringing the money to the table and we are the ones doing the operating and maintenance. So in essence, they don't have as much skin in the game, if you will. But they, for the most part are very good partners, and they have, most of these partners have the same goals in mind. So it works well. It's a challenge to keep on top of all those agreements and make sure they're up to date and relevant, and both parties are pulling up their end of the bargain.
Further questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Jim?
Yeah, so just following up on one of Eric's comments about the Governor's Outdoor Recreational Advisory Council, and that I do serve as a member on that council, as well as Director of Parks and Director of Lands, and a couple of key legislators and several others. And we just closed out the first year of that process in terms of making recommendations. And one of the recommendations from the council is actually to transfer horse thief over to parks, to have it be a unit of a state park. And so it's, like Eric said, it's developed enough that it could be a very nice state park. And I think the council sees that. And it's really more than the type of thing that we do. That's the extreme in terms of, well, Eric used it as kind of the bookend for the most developed type of a site. And it really does, I think, in our and the council's vision, fit more with parks. And they have an opportunity with some of the funding that came along with that to do the upgrades to make it a park. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. But also just noting to Commissioner Davies' question, and we do have a lot of really good partnerships. A lot of it just comes down to capacity, like Eric said. So we have instances like Horse Thief where we own it, somebody else manages it, and that works. Otherwise, there are times when someone else owns it and we manage it. And I think just with the tremendous increase in outdoor use in Idaho, as recognized by the governor, there's just this broader capacity challenge for us and all of our partners. And I am appreciative that that is being recognized at the statewide level. And there's some proactive efforts to deal with that. And the last thing I would say is the recreational site foreman that Eric mentioned. Those are some of the most underappreciated and unsung heroes we have in the agency. They're the tradesmen, the people that can, they have all the skills and practical experience to improve, manage, develop sites, and all the things that I can't begin to do. And all of them could, I'm sure, get paid a lot more going and doing other things. But they just really have an appreciation for the role they serve in the agency. We've been really blessed to have an extremely talented group in that team. So I certainly don't take them for granted.
Very good. Anyone else? Thank you. Mr. Fredericks, Director's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in your packet, you have several pages of accomplishments and updates from since our November meeting from the various bureaus. I'm just going to hit some of the highlights, and I would encourage you to please look over that because I won't touch on it all. But had a good report from a good couple of presentations from the Bureau of Administration over the December 1st sale and the e-tagging process. So don't need to cover that. The Administration Bureau continues to be challenged along with the rest of us just in adjusting to LUMA, which we don't need to spend a lot of time talking about it, but I want to acknowledge it because they spend a lot of time helping us learn to deal with it. So I appreciate that. Probably the most significant thing in the Administration Bureau in the immediate past is I'm very saddened to announce that Mr. Peterson, the Chief of Administration, has accepted a Deputy Director position with the Division of Financial Management, and great opportunity for Michael and great for DFM. It's certainly a loss for us. Michael, when I told the commission that yesterday, they all looked at me, they were mortified. And I tried to assure them that we'll be fine, but I'm not sure they believe that. So they have a tremendous appreciation for you. It was very clear by the look of horror in their eyes when I announced that. So they have a card for you, and just really appreciate that. We're gonna celebrate Michael a little bit later, but just did want to acknowledge it here for the group. In the Bureau of Communications, as always, I want to thank Ben and Connor over there for making things work very smooth. Appreciate that. We have a public opinion survey that we've spoken to you about before, a survey just to assess people's expectations and understanding of Fish and Game, what they expect us to do, how they feel that we're meeting their objectives and needs, and looking forward to seeing the results of that. It's both with the public and with our own internal employees. And so the results of those are coming pretty much any day now. So look forward to bringing that back to you. And then the communications team, largely Will Bales, we've kind of transformed with some retirement and new hires, transformed how we're dealing with some of our video and media relations. And we've got a very, very talented videographer in the form of Will Bales, who I saw earlier, but I think he's out of the room now. But developing some new videos that I think are going to be a little bit more, I guess, in keeping with the way people view videos now. And so looking forward to sharing some more of those. Will has put together a couple of them. Enforcement Bureau, Greg and team continue to be challenged, but they're making headway in terms of filling enforcement vacancies. We had 5 officers recently graduate from the Post Academy, and then we had 5 other officers that were just hired on by the agency. And I got the 2 groups confused and congratulated 5 people on completing Post and learned that no, they didn't even know what Post was. They were just been hired to the agency. But anyway, making progress there. And I think, Greg, you're down to 4 vacancies. That's the best we've been in a long, long time, right? Well, excellent. And I know that's a big lift on all of your part. I have a lengthy, I always feel bad because Clint and the engineering team put together a great summary of all the activities that they're working on. And it's so long and thorough that I don't really highlight things because I don't know where to start. And so I encourage you to look at it, but also what I'd like to do is have Clint and his team give a presentation either at the March, May, or July meeting, just to provide the commission with a good overview of all the things that the Engineering Bureau does and how they serve this agency, because it's immense and we have a very talented team there. Bureau of Fisheries, some interesting continued work on the Limhi River Restoration program. And last year at this time, we were challenged with some flooding that may or may not have been related to some of the stream channel restoration work that we'd done up there. And over the course of the summer, we had teams of engineers assessing that situation, hydrologists, to evaluate whether, well, not whether, but how we could be prepared to mitigate that in the event that we see icing again in the Limhi River, because we know that icing events are going to continually happen up there eventually. And so they did do some modifications of that stream channel, and I'm really happy to report that when we started to see some cold weather up there, I guess it was probably now 2 weeks ago, not record lows, but severe low temperatures, we were able to monitor that with remote cameras and recognize when things were starting to tighten up and we were starting to get some ice dams. And so we had folks watching and being prepared, and had contractors standing by to get out on the river and help try to break up the ice jam and mitigate any damages. And at 3 a.m, made the call to have that crew get to work. And we had, I think, 4 excavators and a bulldozer out there working through Sunday, and very happy to say that they were able to keep the river flowing, and we didn't have any damage to speak of. And so I think that's not the long-term solution to have 4 excavators and a dozer standing by 24/7, but that's part of the solution. And we do have a relief channel that's being constructed. So I think we are well on our way to identifying how we can mitigate that risk of ice jam in the future. And with Technical Services Bureau, one thing that's neat accomplishment recently is an overpass on State Highway 21 that has been in the works for several years now, and it's been a collaboration with the Idaho Transportation Department, and it's going to provide wildlife passage opportunity over Highway 21, which is in the right in the midst of mule deer and elk winter range. And so we're already seeing animals using that facility. So really neat to see that come to fruition. And you heard a lot from the Wildlife Bureau today, so I won't cover a lot of those topics because you've heard about them. One thing that I will say, congratulations to the Wildlife Bureau primarily, but also the rest of the agency on we finally got the final approval of our State Wildlife Action Plan, which is a comprehensive document that discusses how we would manage all of Idaho's wildlife comprehensively, and how we would spend funding associated with the Recovering America's Wildlife or state wildlife grants. And that planning got underway in 2021, and it was a long, arduous process, and we're over the finish line with that. So I feel really pleased with that. We're all set now to see some federal funding come our way if that ever comes to fruition, but that's moving more slowly than we thought it might be when we embarked on that revision of the State Wildlife Action Plan. But nevertheless, good to have it completed. And so kudos to the team that put that together and finished it. Mr. Chairman, that's all I've got. That's not all we've been doing, but that's all I'm going to share.
Questions for Director Fredericks? Thank you, Jim. Next item, Commissioner's reports. I'm going to propose we skip that unless I hear an objection. No objections. Planning for next meeting. Would someone please help me out here? The July Commission meeting, is it in fact July 22nd and 23rd, because that's Monday and Tuesday? And I had on my calendar the 23rd and 24th.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you, it's not correct. So it is the 23rd and the 24th. So it's a Tuesday, Wednesday, right?
Okay, and then I'd like to point out that I don't think we're going to have the Pocatello meeting in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, are we? As it says.
Okay, let's start with the next meeting.
Well, but the July Commission meeting shows the address of Coeur d'Alene, and I think that's an error.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. May is Coeur d'Alene. Yeah,
Right, see that,
I don't see that.
Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Okay, yeah, I'm not looking at that, so, okay.
That's all right.
Okay, so March.
March, May. All right, so March meeting is 3/19 and 3/20 here in Boise because the legislature is in session, correct? So same place, same deal. May commission meeting is in Coeur d'Alene, Dave Bobbitt's region on 15th and 16th. So you want to talk about that a minute, Jim, or what do you got? I'll let you take it from here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my understanding is that we're gonna have an opportunity to go up to Priest Lake on the 15th. And Commissioner Bobbitt's not looking at me and confirming that. Okay, so yeah, the plan would be to be up to Priest Lake, have a tour of that on the 15th, and then return the evening or the afternoon of the 15th in time for our public meeting in Coeur d'Alene. Yeah, so we'd want to plan to be up to the Priest Lake area on the 14th, the evening of the 14th.
I think there might be.
Maybe we better just push pause on that, and I'm not saying that that's not the plan, but let's.
So we will wait for your direction when we get those plans more formally finalized.
It works to talk about it.
Anybody else? And then May, July, on down the line, we're getting out quite a ways ahead, so. November and salmon? No, Pocatello. Okay.
The address is wrong on that one.
Okay. That's all right, we'll forgive you. And then we have a slate of conference calls for various different reasons. We have the schedule there, those will come and go as needed, and there's certain business.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think the rest of it.
Well, we'll get it to you when it's correct. Yeah. Right. And so the next time that this group meets will be by conference call next Thursday.
Okay, and then we'll get a reminder about that, I hope.
You will.
Yeah, those are helpful. Anybody else comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. I want to thank Jim for the great job he's doing. He's really taken the bull by the horns, and he's doing an awesome job, and want him to know that we appreciate him for sure. And I want to thank all of you in the audience. The Sportsmen of Idaho take you guys for granted. You guys do a really tremendous job, and you should pat yourselves on the back, all of you, and pass it on to all the regions, because you do a great job. We just take you for granted. We do too. You get it done. You always get it done. And if you make a mistake, you always fix it. And we really appreciate you for sure.
Thanks for that, Greg. Okay, anyone else? We're gonna miss Mr. Pearson here with the finances, and I don't need to say a whole lot, but you know you've been appreciated and vital asset, and good luck. I don't have to be happy about it, but I wish you the best. And with that, could I have a motion to go into executive session?
Mr. Chairman, I've been entrusted with that motion. That's dangerous. I move the commission go into executive session under Idaho Code 74-206, subsections 1C and F.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to go into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 74-2061 subsection C and F. That calls for a roll call vote. Start down here. I declare us back into open session. And we're just about done. Lost my agenda. Litigation position, item number 19.
Mr. Chairman.
So Mr. Chairman, for the litigation position, as legal counsel for the commission, I have reviewed with you in executive session certain information related to litigation concerning the recent listing of wolverine in the lower 48 states. Again, we have discussed the unlawful nature of the listing as well as the policy implications of diverting conservation resources for a population that has been expanding into the United States. It was extirpated about 100 years ago. And since the 1960s, with changes in policy of, we've ended poisoning of predators, indiscriminate trapping, and the wolverine have been successfully recolonizing their range, including much of the historic range in Idaho. And this listing is only of 300 wolverine. It does not do anything with the 20,000 or so wolverine that exist in Western Canada and Alaska, and various parts of the analysis, as well as the identification of a distinct population segment, are not in line with the Endangered Species Act. So subject to the commission's support, as well as other state review, legal counsel for the Office of Species Conservation and the Attorney General's office have the ability to transmit a notice of intent to sue as required under the Endangered Species Act. It does not commit the commission to sue, but it is a needed step. Should you choose to sue, you have to give the Fish and Wildlife Service 60-day notice of their violations under the Endangered Species Act in order to give them an opportunity to cure. And it is something relative to the commission's sovereign authorities and wildlife management that, should the commission want to protect those, this would be the appropriate legal step. And we could work out the fine tuning of what entities ultimately do sue should that 60-day period expire and the unlawful nature remain in place.
Thank you for that. So for consideration to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the commission supports sending a notice of intent to sue regarding the ESA listing of wolverines in the lower 48 states.
Thank you, Ron. Can I see that? It's been moved and seconded to support sending a notice of intent to sue regarding the ESA listing of wolverine in the lower 48 states. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I think that concludes our business here today. And so I'm going to call us adjourned.